What's up, internet? How you guys doing today? What's up, internet? How you guys doing today? What's up, internet? How you guys doing today? We're gonna be reacting to some speech that Trump addressed Congress with. Let's see what kind of shenanigans we can get into and see what type of bullshit. Speech that Trump addressed Congress with.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States.
Alright, y'all, my TikTok live keeps disconnecting, so I'm just gonna exit out of that. Disconnecting, so I'm just gonna exit out of that. Alright, sorry guys. I'm just gonna bear with me one moment. This is my first time. Bear with me one moment. All right, let's get back to this crap show.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
You gotta realize when he talks about being back, he's talking about being back like back when slavery was legal or back when women didn't have the right to vote. He ain't talking about progressing America forward.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is tonight to report.
Our spirit's back? Our pride's back? Hell no. That's crazy. Every other country in the world is scared of us. Everybody in America is scared of him. That's crazy. At least 50% in the world is scared of us. Prices are higher. Nothing's doing better. At least 50%. It's crazy. Prices are higher.
They're surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. The American dream has never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades.
A little over 1%. I think it was close to 1.5%. He's talking about it like as if it was a FDR landslide. Shoot, Biden got more than him, and you know, Biden, you already know what we had to deal with that guy.
We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
Yeah, because you suppressed millions of votes.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time,
You mean Republicans?
in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's
I
an
beg to
astonishing
differ.
27-point swing, the most ever.
You cocky son of a bitch. That man right there, he's an evil man. That's the man threatening all the illegal immigrants, got them scared shitless. Son of a bitch.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the sergeant-at-arms to restore order.
I knew this was going to be a shit show.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the sergeant-at-arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
It's going to take speaking up for anything to get done. You go, buddy. I like your cane.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House.
You go, buddy.
Mr. President, continue.
I got a video for old boy after we watch this, his response to getting kicked out.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record, to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth. I have signed nearly 100.
Yeah, he signed all those executive orders. Half of them were illegal, and the other half went after everybody in America that's on the lower end. You got to remember, this guy is a very rich man. He's got the world's richest man by his side. He ain't for the people. Don't forget that. Don't let the rich men fool you. When have they ever been for us? He's got the world's richest
all
man
across
by his side.
our
He ain't
wonderful
for the
land.
people.
The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency,
Oh, yeah.
is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many.
Yeah, successful for the people that are at the top.
By many.
For the people that are going to shoot down all the minorities, take advantage of them, cut their civil rights, and make money doing it. For the people that are going to shoot down all the minorities, take advantage of them, cut their civil bullshit, rights. Man.
And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? I don't know about that list.
Oh no,
But
you
we'll
ain't
take
even close to George
Within hours
Washington.
of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
They may have been low, but they'll come back. They always do. You know, that's the true American dream. And until you fix our immigration system, you're not going to be able to fix all these illegal border crossings. They're going to dig under, they're going to fly over, they're going to go through. It's not as simple as just bordering up and scaring everybody. They're going to fly over there.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month.
Joe Biden wasn't great, but best believe when history is spoke about, you'll be the worst president in history. No doubt in my mind. In 2020, by the time Election day came around, you can even be seen in a MAGA hat, and by 2028, it's going to be the same after the turmoil he brings to this country. Best believe that.
And virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my fifth. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad. And it's
because what you call astronomical benefits, a lot of people call astronomical horrible things happening to our country.
Just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
Make America great again just means to make America white again, make America full of rich white men that control the masses. It isn't meaning to make America great again, at least not for the mass population, maybe for the few rich folks, but as I tell you, rich folks ain't for the people. Until we get money out of politics and stop electing these old rich men, things aren't going to get better for us.
Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and
He says that as if it's a good thing. I would understand if he was actually doing good in optimizing the government, but when you go in and just cut everybody, that's not going to help. You know how many people rely on these government services? You may not, a lot of your supporters may not, but a lot of Americans do. This is why if you're pro-America, you're anti-Trump. Trump is not going to be good for America.
freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental
Withdrew from the Human Rights Council. Sounds about right.
restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term.
Just like he took the Consumer Safety Board away. Just like he fired all the inspector generals, fired the lawyers, fired the people that actually investigate the fraud. Why? Because you're a fraud. Also, don't forget, he made our money go up by over 8 trillion, the highest deficit by any president. And now he's the one saying, oh, we're going to get this money. We're going to help the government. No, you're not going to help the government. You're going to take a freaking axe to it.
And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for...
You know why they're stopping these regulations? So they can make more money. A lot of these regulations, just like the one with the electric cars, is to help the world, to help with the climate. Of course, they don't believe in it, but when shit hits the fan and the climate is horrible, what are they going to do? They're going to hop on a spaceship out to Mars, because best believe, if they get us to Mars, it's not going to be the poor folks that go up there. It's going to be the rich folks, and it's going to be once this world is burnt to a shred.
Work in person or be removed from their job.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is a fucking bimbo.
We've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting
True
president
DEI
is
hire.
allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
And look what he did when he got in. Exactly. He's a walking, talking hypocrite.
And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back.
Free speech, says the guy. Says the guy that sued all the news stations because they had bad coverage on him before the election. Free speech, my ass.
And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
Okay. I mean, it already pretty much was, but whatever makes you feel smart and better. This guy's a fucking joke.
The Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America.
Yeah. You may have renamed it, but nobody else is calling it that. You're calling it that. You're fucking dumb.
And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. I love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
He says that as if it's a good thing. You know, DEI isn't hiring unqualified people. It's making sure qualified people get hired and that they're not discriminated against on gender, race, sexuality. How is that a bad thing? Oh, wait, it's the rich white folks that want to keep control of the country, control of the world. I would not be surprised if this man is the Antichrist or is connected to the Antichrist.
And our country will be woke no longer.
I'd rather be woke than sleeping. You know, I'd rather be progressive. I'd rather care about people's civil rights than take us backwards 100 years. Best believe by the end of this presidency, him and all his supporters will be on the wrong side of history.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important.
And that's why when you fired all those air traffic control men, planes started falling out of the sky left and right because they weren't qualified enough. Shit was fine before. There's Bober's bimbo ass too.
Based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you.
I agree they should. And maybe they have allowed you to do so, but you guys won't. Or you wouldn't have taken away that initiative. Taking away civil rights, taking away things that help people does not help people. It makes things worse for them.
Thank you very much. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it
The poison of critical race theory. You mean history. You may not want to acknowledge it, but I'm willing to acknowledge it. I'm willing to say that shit was fucked up, and we don't need to repeat that, so we need to teach that to our kids. Not you, though.
the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
And then what do you do for the intersex folks? I mean, you can say what you want to say, but science does not reflect that, okay?
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
Men never were playing in women's sports, and the transgender women that did was very far and few in between, and they have been taking HRT, so they're not like as strong as a man, as able as a man. The few instances of when they are on the team, most of the time, they're not the ones that are at the top. Like, you're just trying to discriminate against people that you don't understand, and you don't take the time to understand.
Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face,
Oh,
causing traumatic
Lord,
brain
not
injury,
this story
partially
again.
paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
Matt Walsh is a real piece of work.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer.
Old Nancy Pelosi's old ass. I don't trust that bitch as far as I
What
can
I've
throw
just
her.
described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen.
Civil rights will prevail, my friend. Best believe that. Conservatism is an ideology. We will eradicate that before you eradicate trans people, LGBTQ people, people of color, before you eradicate people, we will eradicate your ideology, because that's the difference.
Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know,
Oh yeah, you're gonna rescue our economy by making a big ass trade war with all these other countries. Sure thing, buddy.
we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of.
Remember, a big part of that was COVID. Don't get me wrong. I know Biden wasn't perfect by far means. But if Trump would have been in office, I'm sure we would be in a lot worse situation right now.
Americans. It never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure.
Yeah, because we had a fucking pandemic.
To reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control.
Now he's going to blame Joe Biden. It's funny because egg prices were fine before you came into office. Maybe it's all those regulations you cut, all those people at the FDA and NIH, all the people that were looking out for all those little chickens and making sure that type of shit doesn't happen. Maybe it was that, because I seem to recall we didn't have these problems with eggs until you came into office. But no, you're perfect, right, King Trump?
Oh, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. Now, I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
So we get the energy prices down and everybody else is just going to drop their prices. No, once it's inflation's not going down. If it is, it's going to be by minority, but best believe things are going to continue to get more expensive, especially if he keeps playing these games with these other countries and trying to put these damn tariffs on them. That's also, don't forget about all the immigrants that he's kicking out of the country that do the jobs that we don't want to do. When he talked about black jobs, I think those were the jobs he was alluding to. Now he took them out of positions that they earned. Now he's going to put them out there on the farm. Sounds about right.
My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
Rare earths. He just thinks he's the shit, man.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
Sure thing, buddy.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
That was named after a fucking meme coin. Come on, y'all. Come on. You can't be serious. President Musk, everybody.
which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have
Arrogant
already
motherfucker.
identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million
Oh,
for
so
diversity,
horrible.
equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+. In the
Why not?
African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million
Yeah.
for making mice transgender. This is real.
May sound funny, but I'm sure it has something to do with science. You know, it's that type of shit that ends up saving lives and making things better.
$32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East.
It's funny because he speaks about all this stuff, but I actually haven't seen any reports or numbers that back up these quotes or these claims. So I'm going to give a guess that a lot of this stuff he's lying or he's not being truthful about how that money is spent and why it's spent.
It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City.
This motherfucker is a piece of shit too. He's gonna be the reason that a lot of this shit continues to happen. He's supposed to be at the top of the Democratic Party, and he's saying, oh, we can't do nothing. We can't do nothing, my ass. Go back to 2016, 2017. The environment on the left side, on the Democratic side, was a lot different than your bullshit, and you're just sitting there looking dead.
He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. You know what we're doing? Should use it ourselves. And
Yeah, we
$101
should.
million
But who just tried to shut down the Department of Education? Kind of contradicts itself, doesn't it?
for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by
A whole bunch of pillheads headed up by Big Daddy Musk, who has his own drug addiction problem, got ego problems. One of the dudes sold company trade secrets at his last job, and they're getting classified information. This shit's nuts.
Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
Yet to be put out there, still waiting on those numbers and all those findings.
And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time.
Yup, I bet you did get that money just in time. And you know where it's going? Not to the American people. Right into you rich folks' pockets. All you politicians, all you oligarchy motherfuckers. You're going to line your pockets. You ain't going to touch defense. You're going to touch all these programs that help people. Now, don't get me wrong. I believe there is some corruption, but nothing like they speak about. And the amount of damage that they're doing, the amount of stuff they're taking away is going to be way worse than the little bit of corruption that they may solve. Best believe that.
This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $5.
I thought that's what Doge was for. Oh, wait, you mean we already had a government organization that did that? Huh. Sounds kind of odd, doesn't it?
$100 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program
Comes from the most incompetent man in the government.
for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old.
Yup.
It lists 3.6
He don't know
million
shit about
people
computers.
from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 100.
Give it a week, it'll be 500 people, 700 people. These numbers will continue to change, and we won't ever see any actual facts or any proof of these numbers. He's just spilling shit out his mouth like he always does.
139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid. And
Hey Pam, where's those Epstein files that you were supposed to release? Oh, the few you released that were already common knowledge. I wonder why you guys are hiding that stuff. I've heard some rumors about you guys deleting the information. Did you get into office and realize that Daddy Trump was one of the worst people on that list? Because you're not 10 years best friends with the world's most prolific chomo and not complicit in some type of evil doing. Best believe that.
paid, and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
How those brain worms treating you, Bobby?
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
More money in the pockets of
And
you
today,
rich
interest
folks.
rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. Look at the balance.
Balance it by giving more money to Elon Musk, giving more money to all you rich contractors and to the top 1%, and taking the money from the bottom 50, 60, 70, 80% of Americans. That's how you're going to balance it.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes.
Remember, when he says we, he means all his little minions, because this man, he ain't got enough wit left in him at, 80 years old to be doing all this stuff.
Goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated.
And only if they're well educated and doing the big jobs. You know, not like, I don't know, probably 70% of other country populations. And best believe these top 1% will most likely be the white folks. It won't be Mexicans who are good at farming, or truck drivers, or, you know, people in poverty in other countries that actually need to come to this country to support their family, need to do things to be better. Now, you're going to keep those few people that you rich folks can exploit, so you guys can treat them like slaves and tell them if they talk back that you're going to kick them out of the country, pay them less. That's the real plan.
And
don't get
these
it
people
twisted.
Will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be.
Oh, you mean like how it already is, whether you're here legally or not? Because illegal immigrants pay into Social Security. They pay taxes. They don't receive anything, but they sure as hell do pay them. They contribute to society in a positive way. All these immigrants being taken out of the country isn't going to be better. If anything, it's going to make it worse, but it sure as hell ain't going to make it better.
Taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one at the top school is.
Unless they disagree or they try to protest about Israel, then you'll kick them right out, won't you, buddy?
An example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay, and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter.
No, you ain't taking those folks out. You're taking out the people that are working. Those people are still going to come. It's going to be a lot harder to find them. Why do you think when they started doing the raids, it was at places of business?
Our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country. We will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have.
And you think firing more federal workers is going to make that better? Okay, big shot.
Not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
You wouldn't know democracy if it hit you in the fucking face. You don't crown yourself with a freaking crown.
Resist this change will be removed from office immediately.
You don't crown yourself with a crown if you're trying to fight for democracy. You don't threaten to take other countries' land if you're fighting for democracy. You don't bail out of a country that's just been invaded, that's one of our allies, if you're truly a supporter of democracy.
Immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
What do you call Elon Musk then? An unelected bureaucrat. Oh my God.
And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right.
Best believe those tax cuts ain't going to go to us. They're going to go to that top 3%, just like his last presidency. And they're never going to trickle down. Because there's a famous recording of him telling all those rich folks, going to get lots of tax cuts. There's a reason he wasn't telling us that at the rallies.
But my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
No tax on Social Security benefits, but then he's going to make the Social Security benefits a lot less than they are and say, oh, we needed that to make the deficit less, to make things better. But he ain't going to touch he's not going to touch the defense budget. In no way, shape, or form will he touch that. Best believe that. Start by paying your taxes. Alrighty, y'all. Just thing TikTok live keeps going off. I'm gonna try this one more time, but if you guys hear that little thing go off, that means that I'm gonna cut this TikTok live. Sorry, guys. Alrighty, y'all. I'm back. Try this again. Might have to only stay live on YouTube and Twitch, so go follow me at Jay Crispy on YouTube and Twitch if you want to continue watching this live, because keeps disconnecting and reconnecting, so I might have to end this live on TikTok pretty soon. So yeah, go follow me on Twitch, go follow me on YouTube, Jay Crispy.
And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today.
I hope so. I'll believe it when I see it.
Excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term.
Oh, yeah. Sure you did, buddy.
If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration,
Keep jerking yourself off talking about making products in America. Why don't you go over to Trump Towers and look at all their little stuff in their little gift shop and tell me if it's made in America? No, it's made in China. It's made in Taiwan. Because this guy don't mean what he's talking about.
you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them?
Yeah.
And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff.
Alrighty, y'all. This TikTok live keeps on cutting.
Friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day was cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us.
Funny because they're the ones that are returning the taxes for us. We're the ones that put the tariffs first. They're the ones that are coming back with the tariffs. Kind of reverse switcheroo by this old bastard.
We will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will.
That's why we had the lowest unemployment rate in history while Biden was the president.
Not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful.
If you truly cared about our citizens, you would actually get to the root of the problem and say, hey, why are all these kids needing to do drugs? But you're not going to do that. You're going to go the easy route out to make it seem like you care, but you don't really care. And until you do, it's just going to get worse. Just like before, if they can't produce it in Mexico and bring it over, they're just going to come into America and produce it. Because back in the early 2000s, late 90s, that's what they did. They made it in America. They will find a way to get drugs to us as long as we keep consuming them. So until you fix that, you're not going to fix the crisis. Like, we're going to continue to have people die, and you're not going to give a damn because it truly don't affect you.
Beautiful people destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer.
That's bullshit.
Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough.
At least you learned his name. Last time this dumbass called him Tim Apple. Y'all remember that?
It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very...
Yeah, we'll see if they actually come. As long as we continue to pay our people correctly, they're not going to come. They'll just go to a different country and slide by those tariffs. Unless we put a tariff on every country in the world, they'll just go to a different country. China will go to Taiwan and ship it in through there. Like, a lot easier, a lot cheaper. You know, you can pay them $1 in those countries. You know, I don't think he's really thought this stuff out.
Amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. A new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer, who will now be selling into our home market.
He loves the farmers. That's why many farmers have went out of business since he became president, because he took away all their dang workers instead of giving them away to citizenship. Instead of letting them stay, the ones who are actually working, he deported them.
But the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you, because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period.
Last time you started a trade war, you had to give the freaking farmers a whole bunch of money because you messed shit up so bad. Don't start with this bullshit, man. All this shit is just bullshit getting spewed out his mouth. I wouldn't be surprised if that was his asshole up there.
We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. We're all going to have. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steel.
We ain't gonna have a country very long with you at the forefront either, so.
Worker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard, has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country.
By putting more money on the things that we need from other countries, it's going to help people. Make them make sense. Make it make sense, man.
Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She worked so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
Now, I don't know too much about the First Lady, but I haven't seen anything that makes her a bad person. I can only imagine how horrible it is being married to that man. I'm sure they don't sleep in the same bedroom together. You know, I mean, when you get cheated on with a porn star and you still stay with him, most likely it's because of money. Maybe she's just a good person. She's very pretty. She's always been pleasant when I've heard her speak, so until I look into it more or until she does something that makes me think otherwise, I actually have some respect for the First Lady. Unlike her husband, you know. But I mean, who truly respects Trump? Even the people on his side, they're just scared. That's not respect. When you respect somebody, it's because you think they're good people, not because you're scared of them. Not because they have a whole bunch of money and a whole bunch of power. And that's all Trump's got going for him.
Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by two impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John.
I could totally see Trump being the type of guy, or maybe even Musk, that made a deep fake of one of their political enemies that's a female and not think twice about it. He just uses this for good PR.
Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals.
Not as many as we have already here in the United States. In fact, the amount compared to the people we have in the United States that are citizens is abysmal. Very minuscule. I know there's been some horrible things that happen, but you can't make a whole group of people responsible for the actions of a few. But these people love to do that. They use to love scapegoats. They don't want to really help, or they wouldn't be using these stupid little straw man arguments.
Criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies. They are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom.
Don't forget, this country was built on immigration. Without immigrants, we would not be as great as we are. And if we just kick everybody out and don't make it easier for them to come to the country legally, except for the few that they want to exploit, it's not going to make anything better.
Holman and Christy, I want to thank you, and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been...
Even though he's using this for nefarious purposes, I do want to say rest in peace to Laken Riley. Prayers to her family, friends, and anyone that horrible tragedy affected.
Arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren.
Oh, sorry, Mama Bear.
Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you.
Just because they're not recorded doesn't mean they're not still coming over. Best believe they will continue to come over. And it's going to be easier for the criminals to get over. It's not going to be the people that actually benefit society that come over. And the last people that you're going to be able to actually get out of this country are going to be the criminals. They're going to be the hardest to find.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
No. We needed both. But a new president, any other president would have been better than you.
Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio buckled.
Remember, Springfield, Ohio had a whole bunch of Haitian immigrants that came here legally. You know, Haiti's in the middle of a civil war. The president got assassinated. But he doesn't care about them. He doesn't care about nobody but himself and his rich billionaire buddies.
Under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my
Keep using poor people as a scapegoat. Keep on.
inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America.
The great destruction of America.
Is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered.
Rest in peace, Jocelyn. Rest in peace to all her friends. I mean, prayers to all her friends and family. Horrible situation. But again, he's using this as a story to get headlines and to justify his horrible actions. The things that he's doing probably wouldn't have prevented this, sad to say. You know, just because you make it harder doesn't mean the legal people aren't going to still come, especially the criminals. They're the ones that get in undetected, and it's going to continue to happen. It's a sad story. But don't blame that whole group of people. Don't take away their ability to have a better life.
Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly.
Yeah,
Alexis,
it did.
I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn.
Ooh.
So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
Ooh. I can respect that. I can respect that. Good for her. Good for you, Trump. I can respect that. I'm so sorry, Mama Bear.
Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy.
Look at that shiny ass head, man. Motherfucker shining, man.
In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande, near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much.
I can respect that, man.
Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you, Roberto.
And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that...
I believe in border security. I believe in reforming immigration policy. I believe in having secure borders, but the way they are going about it, I do not believe in.
Murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in America.
You would have thought that they would have learned it from the first war on drugs, that this strategy is not going to work, but I guess we're in the war on drugs 2.0, America.
American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr.
John
Speaker.
Thune.
Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns.
He's worried about reclaiming our sovereignty, but fuck Ukraine's sovereignty, huh?
In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics.
And now it's going to be turned upside down by radical right lunatics.
Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bond. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law.
I can understand that. I may not agree with it, but I can understand it.
I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want.
You didn't care about that when you were storming the Capitol. When it came to your selfish wants and needs, you didn't give a damn about the police. You didn't give a damn when you released all those other people that were involved in that hurt officers, that caused officers to take their own lives. You didn't give a damn about them, so don't go spouting out now that you actually care about police people. You don't.
Want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
Give it up for DJ Daniel. There you go, little man. I fucks with it.
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
Let me get some prayer hands in the chat for little DJ. I hope he makes it through, and I'll keep him in my prayers and his family in my prayers.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer.
Heck yeah.
Actually, a number of times. The police love him. The police departments love him. And tonight, DJ...
America loves you, DJ.
We're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Heck yeah. Congratulations, little man.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby?
If Bobby is the best we have, oh Lord. Bobby Kennedy's a crazy motherfucker, man. He's got brain worms.
Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you.
Blows my mind. Talk about a DEI hire.
My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing something about that. I think Ron DeSantis spoke on some stuff about that. Oh, what is this? Huh? Trump's trans kid story doesn't add up. Let's read this. President said a Florida school secretly socially transitioned a 13-year-old. Emails suggest otherwise. The Trump administration is working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. President Donald Trump told the nation during a televised address to Congress last night. He went on to share a story about January Littlejohn and her husband Jeffrey, who allegedly discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl, conspiring to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and they/them pronouns. The school did this all without telling January, Trump reiterated, before touting his administration's efforts to make public school less friendly to transgender ideology. Trump immediately pivoted to talking about how he would help pass a bill to criminalize sex changes on children, blurring the lines between mild actions like calling students by their preferred pronouns and major medical interventions of the sort that are exceedingly rare. But that's not the only way that Trump's comments were misleading. In Trump's telling, the school was both pushing gender nonconformity on the Littlejohn's child and doing so without the parents' knowledge. But emails obtained by media outlets years ago suggest that not only the parents knew this was going on, it was they who first approached the subject with the school and suggested that the staff followed their children's lead on name and pronouns. Oh, so it wasn't the school pushing it on them. It was their kid coming out and wanting to be supported. Because you got to remember, these schools aren't here to protect the parents. They're not here to make the parents happy. They're here to protect the kids. And as soon as you start dealing with the bullshit about outing them to their parents, it's going to go really bad really quickly. Emails tell a different story. The reason that some outlets discovered this years ago is because last night's Trump speech wasn't the first time the Littlejohns have been used by politicians pushing an intolerant agenda. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis repeatedly pointed out the Littlejohn family to explain the need for a controversial new law dubbed by critics the Don't Say Gay bill that bans schools from teaching about sexual orientation or gender identity, CNN reported in April 2022. We had a mother from Leon County, Florida, and her daughter was going to school, and some people in the school had decided that the daughter was really a boy and not a girl, so they changed the girl's name to a boy's name, told her dress like a boy, and on doing all this stuff without telling the mother or getting consent from the mother, DeSantis reportedly said at a news conference back then, referring to the Littlejohns. First of all, they shouldn't be doing that at all, but do these things behind the parents' back, and to say that the parents should be shut out, that is wrong. Like Trump's story, last night DeSantis' tale suggests that the school was for some reason grooming this child to be transgender and doing so without any conversation with the parents. But emails obtained by the Tallahassee Democrat in a response to a public records request, later obtained by CNN, showed that January Littlejohn wrote the school in 2020 to announce that her children wanted to use different pronouns and go by a gender-ambiguous nickname. This had been an incredibly difficult situation for our family and her father, and I are trying to be as supportive as we can. She is currently identifying as non-binary. January Littlejohn wrote to a teacher at her child's school in August 2020, per CNN. She would like to go by the new name, and prefers the pronouns they, them. We have not changed her name at home yet, but I told her if she wants to go by the name with her teachers, I won't stop him. Let's do it correctly. The teacher asked if this information should be shared with other teachers. Little John reportedly responding, whatever you think is best or can handle it himself. In another email, Little John told the teacher, I sincerely appreciate your support. I'm going to let him take the lead on this. These do not sound like the words of someone who was kept in the dark about her child's sexual transition at school, nor do these emails seem to suggest that the school was pushing unwanted gender ideology on the child, because that doesn't happen. Why is this the only case that they can use? Out of all the times it supposedly is happening, the one case, one of the most disputed cases out there, where there's been proof that not only were they not hiding it, that the mother was the one that bring it to their attention. Why? Because there is no cases of this happening. Just like that whole thing with the litter box in bathrooms. That was all bullshit too. Little John's lawsuit was dismissed. I wonder why. The emails that January Little John exchanged with the child's teacher do not tell the whole story, mind you. The Little John family would eventually sue the school board, superintendent, and assistant superintendent of Leon County Schools, the district in which the child was enrolled, and a counselor and assistant principal at Deer Lake Middle School, where the child attended school. The Little Johns objected to the school's development of a gender nonconforming student support plan, indicating the child's preferred name, pronouns, bathroom, and sleeping arrangements on school trips, and its decision to not immediately tell them about it when the child requested they not be told. You know why they do that? It's because so many kids come out to their parents and get beat, sometimes killed, lots of times kicked out of the house, because they're there to protect the kids, not to make the parents happy. Little John claims that when she asked the school for more information, the school denied her access to meetings and information and tried to conceal information regarding her child. But whatever did or did not happen regarding the plan, the story still bears little resemblance to the ones told by DeSantis, in which the school who decided the child was not a girl and had her dressed like a boy, or to the story told by Trump, in which the Little John's parents were deceived by the school and totally ignorant of anything going on. According to the school district, the child's situation was handled together in partnership with clear communication with the Little John parents. The family clearly instructed the school staff via email to allow the child to take the lead on this and to do whatever you think is the best. Chris Petley, Leon County Schools. In December 2022, a federal judge dismissed the Little John's lawsuit. See why? At its core, it's a case where defendants allegedly let the child going in the suit by AG voluntarily choose a preferred name and pronouns that they knew the Little John parents didn't agree with, didn't seek the Little John's parents' input regarding AG's name of choice. Pronouns choice are other elements of AG's support plan. Didn't notify the Little John's parents about the support plan because they knew the parents would not agree with the AG's decision, or dragged the feet in disclosing the support plan to the parents, wrote Mark Eaton, Walker, Chief Judge of the United States District Court for the Northern District of Florida. In his decision, this is not a case where plaintiffs allege that their child was singled out by Deer Lake staff and forced to adopt a support plan against their child's will. Nor is this a case where plaintiffs allege that Deer Lake staff publicly accused plaintiffs of abusing their child or tried to cause plaintiffs to lose custody of their child. This is also not a case where Deer Lake staff were forewarned that a child support plan was exacerbating the child's mental health concerns, but they pursued it regardless of such warning, resulting in the child's self-harm or suicide. Even accepting all the Little John's allegations as true and constructing them in a light manner favorable to them, plaintiffs do not state a substantive due process claim, Judge Walker concluded. The Little Johns have since appealed and the case is pending. Sounds like a whole bunch of hooey. Sounds like some parents that aren't willing to support their child. I can only imagine how horrible this child feels at home. I don't know what happened. Originally they were supporting her, but now they flipped on a dime. It's crazy, man. They use this story because they can't find any other story to make these big changes for 1% of the population. I mean, it's abysmal the amount of kids that are underage to actually get these surgeries. Like right here, it talks about in the context, let's see, the study published on June 27th in JAMA Network Open, according to the research, is the first quantitative comparison of gender-affirming surgery utilization between cisgender and transgender populations. Previous research has consistently demonstrated that gender-affirming care for transgender people can be life-saving and mitigating negative mental health outcomes such as depression, anxiety, and suicidality. Data has been limited, however, around the rates of which transgender youth are undergoing gender-affirming care, including surgery. Despite this uncertainty, in recent years, 25 states have banned gender-affirming care for transgendered minors. This fall, the Supreme Court will rule on whether such bans are constitutional, which I'm sure they will rule that they are. In the context of this lack of data and the continuous political climate, the researchers used the most recently available data from a 2009 nationally representative pool of medical insurances claims to identify individuals who received a gender-affirming surgery with a concurrent transgender-related diagnosis. Cases where patients had any other medical indications for surgery outside of gender affirmation, such as breast cancer, were excluded from the analysis. The researchers also compared the relative use of breast reduction by cisgender men and transgender people. Breast reduction surgery was chosen as a point of comparison, given that it is the only gender-affirming surgery that is commonly covered by insurance for minors and adults. The study found no gender-affirming surgeries performed on transgender youth ages 12 and younger in 2019. This was expected, the researcher said, as current international guidelines do not suggest any medical or surgical intervention for transgender individuals prior to puberty. For teens aged 15 to 17 and adults ages 18 and older, the rate of undergoing gender-affirming surgery with a transgender-related diagnosis was 2.1 per 100,000 and 5.3 per 100,000 respectively for the adults. A majority of these surgeries were chest surgeries. When considering use of gender affirmation breast reduction among cisgender males and transgender people, the study found that cisgender males account for the vast majority of breast reductions. That means it's a lot of overweight guys who are self-conscious about their boobs and they get them taken away. But you don't see anybody worried about that. Where were we? When considering use of gender-affirming breast reduction among cisgender males and transgender people, the study found that cisgender males accounted for the vast majority of breast reductions, with 80% of surgeries amongst adults performed on cisgender men and 97% of surgeries among minors performed on cisgender male teens. We found that gender-affirming surgeries are rarely performed for transgender minors, suggesting that the U.S. surgeons are appropriately following international guidelines around assessment and care. So stop with this bullshit, man. This is medical intervention for people who need it. They're not just giving sex changes. They're not just giving hormones out to any which who. So if you're going to talk about this stuff, educate yourself before you hurt a lot of people. Shit is not right. It's not okay. This is an evil man, and this mom is an evil mother, and I feel bad for her son.
18-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous...
What's so wrong with using they, them pronouns? What's so wrong with the school letting her be who she wants to be? What were they supposed to tell her? No, we're not going to refer to you as that. Like, what good is that going to do? It's just going to make her even more worse. It's going to force her back in the closet. Because just because you force them in the closet doesn't mean that they're not transgender anymore.
Just advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, because that's the only story we could come up with. Thank you for fooling the masses and hurting hundreds, if not
Stories like
thousands,
this
of
are
kids.
why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology.
Funny, indoctrinating children means telling them that it's okay to be who they want to be, that they don't have to present a specific way, but that's indoctrination. The true indoctrination is the Christian religion saying that you can't do it because of their theology, trying to make the rules of our country dictated by theology, by a book that was written thousands of years ago, by a book that hundreds and thousands, millions and millions of Americans do not abide by.
I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth.
As previously discovered, does not happen. It's not sexual mutilation. The few kids that do get surgery, it's usually a breast surgery. Like I said before, a lot of times it's overweight guys who are self-conscious. It's not transgender women who are trying to get bigger breasts. Most of the time, they are put on hormone blockers to give them enough time so they can get on their hormones. And then once they are ready, they get those surgeries, but usually not till after they're 18. Gender affirming care saves lives, no matter what you want to say, no matter what you want to do. All the major medical associations say it. It's been proven, and all this rhetoric is going to hurt kids. It's not going to help kids.
And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
Apparently not in your eyes, because God made them transgender, but that's not okay for you. Don't let people use the love of Christ and religion as a reason to take away civil rights and to punish minorities that they don't agree with. It is blasphemy. It is using the Lord's name in vain, and it is an evil notion. Can I get a trans rights in the chat?
Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad.
It'll never be out of our society. You may push some people back in the closet, but there will always be transgender people. There was transgender people hundreds and thousands of years ago, and there'll be transgender people for hundreds of thousands of years. You're just pushing them back into the closet. We will prevail. Best believe that. Good always triumphs evil. Civil rights will prevail. There may be a lot of pain caused in the meantime, but in the end, I would way rather be woke than asleep. To be woke is to recognize civil rights, to recognize minorities, to recognize that if we want our country to be great again, we must go with the progressives. Must go with the progressive agenda. Not all these other bullshit hate, all this other shit that's going to help the rich folks. We need to look at the people, and we need to progress our country in a positive way, not in a regressive way. He's trying to bring back policies and stuff back to the 1950s. The only one that he's not bringing back is the one that taxes millionaires and billionaires 90% on every dollar, because that would be bad for him and for his buddies. He doesn't care about America. He doesn't care about you. He showed that when he lost in 2020 and tried to take away our Constitution and overthrow our country. He showed that when he assaulted those women. He showed that in every way possible. I do not understand why people look up to this man. This man is despicable. He is evil, he is vile, and he will be the downfall of our country if we continue to let him do what he's doing.
It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better?
No, we don't.
Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations.
You can present yourself in a gender that's not normal to society and still be a fighter. What does it matter if I'm wearing a dress? As long as my gun's in my arms and I know what I'm doing with it, what does it matter to you?
Secretary of Defense, congratulations.
Go back to Fox News,
He's
man.
not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference.
Probably not the Navy. You know what they say about the Navy. I'm sure there's been a lot less recruits going in there after all this anti-LGBTQ stuff.
And you know, it was just a few months ago.
Go subscribe and follow on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok at JCrispy. Let's get it going.
Where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround.
Sure thing, buddy.
It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing. And thank you very much. Great job.
Probably people that had government positions lost their jobs, and the only jobs they could do is go put their lives online for some bullshit like when we go invade Greenland or we invade Mexico. End up dying over some stupid shit.
We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight
Oh,
of
Bernie.
that Call of Duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the tour of duty.
There you go, buddy. Good shit. I can clap for that. Look at that grin. Hey.
Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die.
What happened to not taking things back when you give it to people? Oh, wait, I forgot. Trump doesn't have no morals.
The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Now we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck,
Marco Rubio.
Now, we know who to blame, if anything.
Yeah, that's why everybody's laughing. We already know to blame because he's incompetent. But you also think Panama's just going to be like, here you go, buddy. No. They done said we're not going to give it back. What are we going to do, invade Panama? Because they refuse to give up their own property, whether you like it or not. We gave it to them. It's not ours to just take back.
I think that's wrong. Now, Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job.
I'm sure Jimmy Carter's probably rolling over in his grave right now. Can I get a RIP Jimmy Carter in the chat?
Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security.
They've already chosen not to, but you're not going to respect that. Best believe if in the future it comes out and he says, oh yeah, this is what they wanted. This is not what they've wanted. They've made that clear. If Greenland becomes a part of America, it will be by force.
And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
How can you be the international world security guard when the world wants nothing to do with you and is scared you're going to invade their sovereign nations?
Keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and
incompetent pullout that you put forward, that you started, and it would have been the same if you would have been president. Thank God only 13 people got killed. It was about time that we pulled out. You know, we didn't fix nothing. It's gonna crumble just like it did before. Just like Vietnam. You know, there's ulterior motives. We didn't go into Iraq because they bombed us. We went in for oil, money, probably some other nefarious reasons. War is benefits for the rich man, not to benefit the poor folks or the majority of the populations.
Competent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice.
I'm with that.
And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians.
If you resolve it, it's not going to be at the betterment of Ukraine. Best believe that. It's going to be at the detriment of Ukraine and Ukrainians. Slava Ukraini.
Have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything.
The difference is when we give them support, now you're wanting the money back. When we were in Afghanistan and all those other countries supported us, they didn't ask for that money back.
You want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. $2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop.
They're going to die for no reason when you give all their land to Russia. People are going to hate America for decades to come if we do not support Ukraine.
Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending.
I'm sure we've done ourselves.
$350 billion, like taking candy from a baby.
I've heard it's a little bit closer to 150 billion, a lot closer to the amount Europe's put in, but neither here nor there.
What happened? And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said, at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter
Lies.
from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Depending on the negotiations, it would be beautiful.
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
But it seems like right now their only option is to either give away half of their country's mineral rights or say it's okay and give some of their land to Russia. Best believe if this was the other way around and Canada or Mexico had tried to invade us, there would be no discussion about giving them some of our land. And there should be no discussion about Ukraine giving up some of their land to Russia. But if there is a peace agreement dealt, best believe some of their land will go to Russia, and that's horrific. That's evil.
It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end the senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home.
Welcome home, man. Welcome home.
After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
Welcome home, brother. Welcome home. Look at that sweet little old lady.
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband.
Let's get a RIP Corey in the chat. Prayers to the family and friends. May he rest in peace.
A devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you.
Look at that sleeve. Straight thugging it.
To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that.
God. I don't believe God was the one that saved him. God was going to do anything for us. That sure as heck wouldn't have been what it would have been. Sad to say. I don't wish for the death of nobody, but definitely wasn't God saving his life.
Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the Tower.
And a lot of those folks that built that stuff were migrants, were people of color, were minorities. That's what makes America great. I do believe we've overcome some horrific things in our history. I do believe that America will prosper in the future, but this is a dark time in America's history.
Towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age.
Just for them to be taken over by a fascist like you yourself, Trump.
These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be
It's
our
going to be
greatest
thrilling,
era.
that's for sure.
With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital.
Highest quality of life for the fewest amount of Americans in history. He ain't for the mass majority of Americans. He's for the very few, for the very rich, for the very white. and for the very most corrupt.
Communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we're going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American.
All he's done is jerked himself off this whole speech, spit a whole bunch of bullshit, whole bunch of lies, whole bunch of nonsense, like always, nothing new.
American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve.
When he says our people, he doesn't mean the people. He legitimately means our people, our few, our strong, our richest. Like this little girl right here, Bobert, she got a lot of money. Sure, all these people right here got a lot of money. You know what I don't see? The poor folks. The folks that are actually running this country and making this country be as great as it is, they ain't out here.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Oh, fucking Trump, man. If I can I get an F Trump in the chat, everybody? We're gonna go on a quick break while I use the restroom and stuff. All righty, man. So this is the representative Al Green who got kicked out in the very beginning. If you guys were watching, he had his little cane and was waving it at Trump in the very beginning of the speech. This is what he has to say when he comes out.
Congressman, what were you shouting to the president, sir? Sir, what were you shouting to the president?
The president said he had a mandate. And I was making it clear to the president that he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. I have
Amen.
people who are very fearful. These are poor people, and they have only Medicaid in their lives when it comes to their health care. And I want him to know that his budget calls for deep cuts in Medicaid. He needs to save Medicaid, protect it. We need to raise the cap on Social Security.
And whenever you hear him say, we're not going to touch Medicaid, we're not going to touch Social Security, don't believe him. He says one thing and does another, like always. When they try to pass a bill cutting Medicare, that means if that bill passes, they're going to cut Medicare, whether he said he was going to or not. We have his first term, and there was many things he said he was going to do and he didn't do, and many things he said he was not going to do that he did do. So don't trust what he says. Trust the policies that are put forth. Trust what is actually going on.
There's a possibility that it's going to be hurt, and we got to protect Medicare. These are the safety net programs that people in my congressional district depend on. And this president.
The way people judge countries are how they treat their sick, how they treat their poor folks. If we don't take care of our people, we're going to have even less respect than we have now.
President seems to care less about them and more about the number of people that he can remove from the various programs that have been so helpful to so many people.
Yep. Speak it, man.
The best way to get it across to a person who uses his incivility, against our civility. He is a person who has consistently been used incivility against civility. Well, look,
Because if you're anti-Trump, you're pro-civil rights. You're pro-civil rights, you're anti-Trump. Anti-woke, all it really means is anti-civil rights. That's all it is. Like, it's a way to take rights away from people who have been fighting for these rights for well over 100 years. They took away the women's rights. They're going to take away the LGBTQ rights, and they're going to keep on going.
I'm willing to suffer whatever punishment is available to me. I didn't say to anyone, don't punish me. I said I'll accept the punishment, but it's worth.
And those are the type of politicians we need. Not like Representative Jeffries, who's just sitting there telling everybody, oh, we can't do anything because the Republicans hold the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Bullshit. No, we need Congress people that are going to stand up whether they go to jail or not. When all those people were blocking, I think it was like the USAID office, and there we had all those Congress people, and there was that one man who knows who the hell he was that wasn't going to let him in. They should have pushed through. They should have went and been taken out of that place in handcuffs. But no, they just stood around trying to talk to dude. This is what we need. We need people who are willing to stand up, who are willing to get arrested if we're going to be able to stop this tyranny.
Worth it to let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against this president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security.
Were you saying you have no mandate?
That's what he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. None.
Is the only punishment that you were kicked out, sir? Is there something?
I don't know. Whatever the punishment is, I'm not fighting the punishment. This is about the people who are being punished by virtue of losing their health care. This is the richest country in the world, and we have people who don't have good health care. We got to do better. And now we're about to cut Medicaid, which is for poor people. Health care.
Literally, all the other first world countries have some type of social health care. We're the only ones that have it on a monetary way. And what Trump is trying to do is he's trying to privatize our healthcare system. He's not going to do anything good for it, that's for sure. He's a businessman. He's about money. all these people that donate to him are high in the healthcare system. Talk about unelected bureaucrats. Trump is the king of unelected bureaucrats.
Care has become wealth care for many people, and we can't afford to let that happen.
Is that the only thing that you're protesting?
No, I have other things I'm protesting, and I'm also working on my articles of impeachment. This president is unfit. He should not hold the office. 34 felony convictions, 2 times impeached.
Sir, tell me one more time what you were shouting in the chamber.
That he has no mandate to cut Medicaid.
That's what you were saying over and
Yes.
over. Thank you, sir.
No mandate. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Go watch
All right, guys, so
Kyle.
Trump just gave an address to Congress,
Oh.
and it was horrible. It was
Yeah.
horrible. So I'm gonna walk you through it. Tired, bro. I don't want to be awake right now. I want to be chilling
Oh.
right now. In fact, I stopped watching the Knicks Warriors game, which I was really interested in watching because I had to follow this bullshit and do a breakdown for you guys. Knicks ended up losing, so I guess I didn't miss too much. But so let's start with this: the protests. So the very first sign that maybe some of the Democrats were going to have some balls is that when Trump showed up and was walking down the aisle, the Democratic Representative Melanie Stansberry was holding a sign that said, "This is not normal." Now, what happened next is interesting. It was either a Republican congressperson or it was a security person who snatched that sign out of her hand. So you could see her holding it on TV for a solid maybe 3 or 4 seconds, but then somebody snatched it. Okay, so that was the first sign that maybe the Democrats are going to fight a little bit. Maybe they're going to have some spine and they're actually going to make a big stink about how, what's happening right now is a robber baron coup and a fascist takeover. Okay, so that was the first thing. Then Trump started the speech. Of course, it's standard. I love America. America's great. I'm wonderful. I'm amazing. The new golden age.
This guy has the best imitation of Trump that I've ever seen. If you don't know who this is Kyle Kalinske. He's with Secular Talk. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. Go subscribe to him. He's a very knowledgeable man. This is the guy you want to listen to.
Which has just begun, ladies and gentlemen. It's just begun. Started out very standard stuff. And Representative Al Green ended up standing.
The only person.
Said, quote, he has no mandate to cut Medicaid, or you have no mandate to cut Medicaid. Now, he was told to sit down. He did not sit down, and he repeated the line a few times. And maybe this went on for about a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes. And what happened is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, said, according to Rule 7314D, I'm now instructing the Sergeant at Arms, the security, to remove Al Green. And so they literally walked up to him and then basically escorted him out. Now, of course, the reaction is what you'd expect. Everybody on the right thinks this is, the worst thing that's ever happened ever, and they hate this guy, and they're slamming him like crazy. But this was probably the biggest moment where Democrats and liberals and leftists were like, okay, at least somebody's doing something, right? At least somebody's doing something. And look, Al Green brought up a very important...
So little, but at least it's something. And if people in our Congress on the left don't start standing up, it's going to be a lot worse. This is going to be a tough 4 years. We need to go back to like we were in 2017. We got a lot of protests, but our Congress folk, they got to stand up. This is why we elected y'all. Y'all may not have a power, but you have a voice. Use it or move on.
Important issue. House Republicans just passed a budget that cuts Medicaid $880 billion. So, and that would just destroy Medicaid completely, and you'd have countless low-income people and disabled people who lose their health care. Guys, this can't stand. That's too extreme. That's insane. This country's going to collapse because of decisions like that. So to have him do that means he has some balls, and I respect the shit out of him doing that. So shout out to Al Green for that. But that was probably the biggest moment of resistance and of protest. Some Democrats walked out before the speech was over, but I'm talking about like the last 30 minutes, within the last 30 minutes. By the way, that was either the longest speech of all time or one of the longest speeches of all time. It just kept dragging on. And I was banging my head against the wall because, as you can imagine, with this...
I was banging my head against the wall too, man. The whole thing was just a circle jerk session.
Guy, it's literally like 8 lies per minute. Like, you can't keep up. I literally can't keep up. I'm sitting there in real time, live tweeting it, trying to get out information and facts. And it's like, there's another 3 fucking things he said that I gotta somehow catch up with.
Yeah.
And put out there. All right, so now let's get to the speech itself. So, very early in the speech, Trump compared himself to George Washington.
Not even close.
About border crossings being...
Bro, if our forefathers were still alive today, they would not be Team Trump. They're probably turning over in their graves right now. This is not democracy. This is not what they fought for. This is not what our country is for.
being the lowest ever and called Biden the worst president in American history. This is something that, again, you only get this from Trump. Usually speeches like this are a moment where any, like, barely competent president will try to make it a unifying moment, a bipartisan moment, try to reach across the aisle, try to be like, hey, man, I'm here for you too, not just for the Republican side. But he's not a competent president, and he's a total fucking partisan hack, and he's a fascist, and he's doing a Baron coup.
Tell us something we don't know.
And hatred for Democrats and liberals and leftists, and it was, you know, rah rah. It was basically like a fucking campaign rally. There was no difference between this and a campaign rally, and that's not how you act as a president. Like, you just can't.
You go listen to other State of the Union addresses to Congress. Ain't nothing like this. He don't know about nothing but brag, 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 lie, lie, lie. That's all he knows how to do.
But that's what he does. Okay. So, Trump also went on to whine about Democrats never clapping for him. I'm not kidding. He sounded like, I mean, just the pettiness and the insecurity. He was like, I could cure cancer, and these people would not clap for me. They wouldn't clap for me. By the way, like, immediately after that line, he went on to brag about pulling out of the World Health Organization. Bro, you can't do that. You wouldn't even clap for me if I cured cancer. By the way, I pulled out of the World Health Organization, which is why they
cure cancer. One of the budget cuts that you guys passed, you guys took out cancer research. Money for the cancer research, and you're gonna talk about curing cancer? The man's delusional. I know Biden wasn't there, but Trump, he's not too far behind Biden, that's for sure.
They are not clapping for you because you don't do anything clap worthy. You do things deserving of scold and sneering. All right, so Trump also went on to brag about killing what he calls the Green New Scam. The Green New Scam, folks, of course, what he's referring to is the Green New Deal. But shocker, the Green New Deal never passed. It never passed the House. It never passed the Senate. It was never signed by the president. It's never been a law. It was just an idea that died relatively quickly. But again, truth doesn't matter to a guy like Trump and to the Republicans, and so he says that, and they clap like seals. He also bragged about pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement. That's great. You know, just like celebrating the fact that we're doing absolutely fuck all to fight back against climate change.
Yep.
Like I said, bragged about pulling out of the World Health Organization. Also bragged about getting out of the UN Human Rights Council. Because fuck those pesky human rights and international laws, am I right? This one really got under my skin too. He bragged about bringing back free speech.
Right.
And this happened, guys, the same day. He announced a ban on, quote, illegal protests.
Yep.
So I'm going to do a full story on this either tomorrow or the day after. But, like, this really is a war on...
He's only free speech when it comes to his speech. He's not free speech for the American people. I mean, just do a little bit of digging and you'll see all kinds of different instances where he's threatened to take away people's licenses because they spoke something that he didn't like. Like, he's sued people because of their free speech. If anything, Trump is the most anti-free speech man that we've ever had in office. I don't even know if we could call him a man, that thing.
Free speech. This is a war on the First Amendment. The basis of it is around Israel in particular. The federal government is threatening to cut all kinds of funding to basically try to force colleges and universities to ban protests that Republicans don't like, including ones critical of Israel.
Yeah.
It's just so ironic that on the same day he goes to war with free speech, he brags about bringing back free speech. Trump really is our first postmodernist president. And what I mean by that is objective truth doesn't matter. Empirical reality doesn't matter. Only his truth matters, the one he makes up. And so to him,
he's delusional.
Yeah, I banned illegal protest the same day I said I saved free speech. Well, who cares? All right, so he also did an entire section that was shitting on trans people. Actually, later on, there was a whole nother section. There were two separate sections where he shit on trans people. The early part, I believe, was shitting on trans athletes. Then later on, it was more broadly shitting on trans people. Because again,
trans rights or else.
This is the core of the MAGA ideology.
That's all I got to say.
American people, look, I know your life sucks, and the reason your life sucks is because of trans people and immigrants. Blame them. That's their catch-all description. When the reality is, as you and I both know, the real reason people's lives suck is because of multinational corporations, corruption in our government, bribery, and people like Elon Musk, the robber barons who have rigged the system.
Yep.
He lied about Biden's inflation, and he also talked about how Democrats fucked up the egg prices, which is rich because now bird flu is running rampant and he's done nothing to stop it.
Right.
If anything, he's just shoved his head in the sand and tried to hide the reality of how bad bird flu is. So egg prices are higher than they've ever been. Also, it's rich to shit on Biden's inflation the same day that you slap tariffs on Mexico and Canada, which is going to lead to colossal inflation. There was just a video earlier today on Fox Business, of all places, which is very pro-Trump. There was a reporter out in the field at a car dealership saying, yeah, you see this Dodge Ram truck behind me? This cost $80,000 a minute ago. Now they just increased it to $100,000 because of Trump's tariffs. So the guy who did that to us is now saying, but Biden's economy, Biden's inflation, really terrible. It's so terrible. Like I told you, postmodernist president. He truly is. It's disturbing how detached from reality he is. Here's a shocker. When Trump mentioned Doge and Elon Musk, the Republicans gave it a standing ovation and exploded with glee.
Yep.
Democrats, I'm telling you right now, cut those ads, man. Cut those ads because that's going to be useful in the midterms. The fact that they're cheering for Doge when we know the objective harm Doge is doing. Elon just cut 7,000 Social Security jobs. He's dismantling the Department of Education. He killed the CFPB, the anti-scam police. They screwed disabled veterans. There were 1,000 contracts that went to $2 billion. That was
Yeah, all these Republicans and people in MAGA say that they love our veterans, that they love our Constitution, that they love free speech. Yet this man is literally going against all of those things and they still stand behind him because it's a cult. They don't have no morals. They can change how they think depending on who they're supporting. Best believe whether it's a Democrat, Republican, somebody who's in my community, I don't care who you are. If you do something bad, I'm going to call you out on it. And that's the difference between us and them.
$2 billion that went to small businesses owned by disabled veterans. They cut that all off. They cut that all off. So the real impacts of Doge are the people are fucking furious. But Republicans were cheering for it. This was terrifying too. Trump brought up the 14 times debunked lie of 150-year-olds and 200-year-olds getting Social Security. And what that told
See, y'all don't realize, but 30% of all government workers are veterans. So when you just start cutting a whole bunch of people that work in our government, you're hurting veterans. But you don't care. You think this is good. Like I've said before, if they were actually weeding out corruption and actually doing what they're saying they're doing instead of just trying to cut everybody across the board, I may have a little bit of a different outlook on it. But this is not their true motive. They have ulterior motives. I'm telling you, man, these are evil people. You do not trust the rich men. Do not let the rich men fool you.
me is this, man. They're serious. They are going to destroy Social Security. They're either going to cut it, or they're going to privatize it, or they're going to do a mix of that, or they're going to totally.
They've been trying to do it for decades.
Legal cuts vis-a-vis Doge. They are serious about destroying Social Security because Trump knows that story.
I would have, back in the day, I would have said they never would be able to, but they were trying for the last 50 years to take away women's rights to healthcare, and they got that done. So I wouldn't be surprised if they are able to do a lot worse.
It's not true. Elon now.
It's going to be a tough 4 years.
And they keep repeating it. Why? They're trying to lay the pretext to say, yeah, now we have to do it because we're just getting rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse. That's their go-to lie. And it won't be waste, fraud, and abuse. It'll be literally cutting grandma's Social Security check. So buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride. Everybody knows that story's not true now. Like I said, it's been debunked 14 times. We know just how bogus it is. In fact, there was even some agency in the government that came out and basically did like Elon's version of a mea culpa that was like, well, some people are saying that it's up to people that are 150 years old or getting Social Security. And it turns out that's not actually true because of reasons X, Y, and Z. And it's like, that was their own version of being like, I know this is bullshit. But Trump still repeated it. Why do you think he would do that? Because they're intent on actually cutting it. So it's going to be horrible, man. I'm telling you. He also.
Look. Let's see. Look at all these dang ads, man. Hello? Just making sure my mic was still on. LOL. Recent claims suggesting that Americans aged 150 years or older are receiving Social Security benefits has sparked widespread speculation and misinformation. The claim originated from a review of Social Security Administration records, with some interpreting it as evidence of fraudulent payments being made to deceased individuals. However, a closer look at the data, SSA policies, and system limitations reveals a different story. While records may indicate individuals with ages far beyond normal human lifespan, these anomalies are due to outdated data entry practices and do not reflect benefit recipients. The reality is that there's no verifiable evidence that centenarians well beyond 150 years old are collecting Social Security checks. See, it's all shit that's verifiably wrong, but they spew it, and they know if they just continue to spew this stuff over and over and over again, the majority of people are going to believe it. It's despicable.
Bragged about freezing all foreign aid. That is fucking rich. Because literally this week, the Republicans Trump and Marco Rubio sent billions more dollars in weapons to Israel, and they used an emergency provision to do it. Namely, they are bypassing Congress in order to do it. So you're not...
As they complain about sending money to Ukraine, who was actually invaded by a different country, they're sending money and support over to a country that's invading another country. How backwards is this? This is not what America is supposed to be. This is not supposed to be what we stand for.
Fucking freezing all foreign aid. In fact, you're giving the worst of the worst
freaking crazy, bro.
Aid. I've read that it's up to $10 billion or even $17 billion in aid that's gone to Israel since Trump became president. So they are rushing them more money and rushing them more weapons as he pretends like he's cutting off all foreign aid. He also bragged about his horrible idea of selling gold cards to robber baron parasites to get into this country and become citizens. $5 million a pop. Those are literally the last people I would want coming to my country.
Because like he said before, everything's transactional for this man. He doesn't have morals. He doesn't care about what's right or what's wrong. As long as it benefits him in the end, he'll do it. He don't care. He's all about the benefit. He's all about that money. That's how you become that rich. You don't become that rich by being a good person, by helping people below you. No, you shit on people below you to get to that point.
Because you know what they're going to do? Not create any jobs. That's what they're going to do. Because it's relatively expensive to create jobs in America. So what they're going to do, you're going to have like Saudi princes move here and fucking robber baron assholes from overseas move here. And they're still going to have sweatshops set up in fucking India and shit. And that's how they'll make their money. But they'll be in this thing that was formerly known as America, which is now a billionaire oligarch country club. Right? I hate this idea that he's doing it. I hate immigrants. I'm anti-immigrant unless they're really wealthy. And it shows you his deep-seated classism. Like he thinks if you're...
There's a reason why in the 1950s, when after you made, I think it was like around now, it'd be like if you made $3 or $4 million, every dollar you made after that, there would be a 90% tax. That's how they did it back in the 1950s. And if you also remember back in the 1950s, a normal person working a good paying job could save up enough money to buy a house, could send his kids to college. But nowadays, he can't. You know what else is true nowadays? The billionaires are not getting taxed all that money. If they were getting taxed all that money, there wouldn't be such a wealth inequality. But no, they're taking all the money, and the more money they garner up, the less money the population has. I think it's like the top richest 3 people in America own more wealth than the bottom 50% of America. How is that possible? Why is that okay? I'm okay with you making enough money. I'm okay with you making millions. But when you start making billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars, and there's still people who can't even feed their children, can't even pay for rent, something's got to give. If we're going to really be making America great again, then we have to take care of the people, not the rich, the few, and the wealthy.
Low income or middle income, you're just not that smart and not a hard worker and not a great person, right? He truly believes in this meritocracy. Like all the people who are wealthy, they're just better, right? They're just smarter, harder working, better. This is who he is. This is why he said in his first term, he's like, why would I want a poor person in my administration? I wouldn't want a poor person in my administration. This is what he said. He's got more billionaires and robber barons, more billionaires and Wall Street CEOs, but I repeat myself, in his administration than anybody ever, eclipsing his first term. So there was that. He also threatened Republicans. This was like sort of subtle, believe it or not. I know Trump usually doesn't do subtle, but this was subtle. There was some line in there which read to me like Trump was threatening Republicans with primaries if they oppose his agenda. And I mean, again, that's like Republicans were even standing up and clapping for ideas they previously despised, like universal across the board tariffs, which tells me that entire party is completely and utterly cucked to Trump in a way we maybe have never seen in history. Then we also have Trump telling Dems, oh, I know you'll vote for my tax cuts because if you don't, I don't think you'll ever win again. Which is just wild to me because I feel like he's got to be smart enough to know that doing a round of massive tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations again is actually wildly unpopular, right? But he brings it up like it's popular, which
well, I guess time will tell if our politicians are too scared to make the right decisions and are too worried about not being able to be elected again. And if they cave to Trump, or if they stand up for their constituents, the people that put them in power. If not, then they shouldn't continue to have power. On either side.
Republicans. Oh, I told you that already. They were clapping for across the board tariffs. Trump said he was going to bring back. Oh, this part was wild. So Trump said he was going to bring back chip manufacturing, right? And then in the next sentence, he shits on the CHIPS Act.
Right.
Well, what do you think brings back CHIPS manufacturing?
He's a walkie-talkie contradiction,
now,
dude.
By the way, Biden did the CHIPS Act, not Trump. So it was Biden who's bringing back microchip manufacturing. And Trump announced last week, oh, I'm freezing all the funding for that, which is basically Trump announcing, I'm gonna outsource 115,000 manufacturing jobs, good-paying manufacturing jobs that were supposed to come to this country. So that was like, I mean, this is the mind fuck that is Donald Trump. Like, he makes this
all out of spite just because Joe Biden enacted that. How do you progress in a country where every 4 years an opposite party president ends up changing all the good things that the prior president did? I can understand trying to change the bad things, but then changing everything just because it has that person's name attached to it? How do you progress in this type of oligarchy, whatever you want to call it, this type of governance?
Statement, and it's wrong in like 4 different ways somehow, right? So he brags about bringing back chips manufacturing when in the next sentence saying he's going to kill the law that brings back the chips manufacturing. Like, how does that make sense? It makes no sense. It was Biden's bill. It brought 115,000 jobs here, and Trump already bragged about killing it last week, so that you're not going to get those jobs anymore. Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. I'm going to age like in the next 4 years. I'm telling you guys. So then there was a disgusting part where he, Laken Riley's family was there. For those who don't know, Laken Riley is a woman who was killed by an undocumented immigrant, and Trump had Laken Riley's family there, and then also had somebody else who, had a family member who was killed by an undocumented immigrant. And look, guys, what that is, and you need to understand this. This is super important. That is cheap demagoguery. Because the message he's trying to send is, oh, look at these beautiful families that lost a loved one because of the undocumented immigrants. I mean, we really need to take care of the immigrant problem.
Alrighty, y'all. I gotta go get Alrighty. We are back. Hope you guys are enjoying the live so far. Like I said, this is my first live, so bear with me. Hopefully I'll get a little bit better at this.
Problem, don't we? Let's blame all the immigrants because there were a very tiny number of them that committed crimes. Here's how cheap a trick that is. You could do that with any fucking group, right? It'd be the easiest thing in the world for me to take my show and run stories every day where I highlight the 3 biggest, most disgusting instances of murder done by hardcore Republicans, and I can push the narrative.
All a
that,
scapegoat.
hey, all these Republicans are murderers because here's 10 examples of Republicans who were horrific murderers, right? But people don't do that because we have basic human decency, and let's be honest and call it what it is. That sort of demagoguery is fascist Nazi shit. Because you're pushing the idea out there into the ether that all these immigrants are fucking criminals, and violent ones at that. Even though, of course, we know, based on the studies, based on the data, immigrants are actually much less likely to be criminals compared to native-born Americans, both documented and undocumented. And so that's just cheap demagoguery. It's disgusting. And remember, the Laken Riley Act, which passed with the help of some Democrats, that bill takes away due process rights for immigrants. All they have to do is accuse you of a crime. There doesn't have to be any evidence. It doesn't have to go to trial, whatever. All they have to do is accuse you of a crime, and you can get kicked out of the country. So I just.
And with the amount of hate that this administration has for our immigrants, you don't think that they're going to take advantage of that? Hell no. They're going to exploit these people like we've never seen. And I'm sure we won't even know the extent to which they exploit these people. I mean, for God's sakes, they're sending them to Guantanamo Bay. That's where you send terrorists. And we're sending immigrants. And a lot of people don't understand that it's supposed to be a civil law that they're breaking, not even a criminal law. Like, if you were in their shoes, you would come to America for a greater life. I thought that was the American dream. I thought that's why we have the Statue of Liberty. But now, because they don't want to fix our immigration system, they're just going to act like, oh, this is how we're going to go about it. By kicking everybody out of the country and only allowing the people in the country that will help us make money.
I have nothing but disdain and hatred for him and this brand of xenophobic, bigoted politics. It's really, really dark and disgusting. So then Trump also kept repeating the open borders lie, which has always driven me crazy. You know, the idea that Joe Biden had an open border, Barack Obama had an open border. Barack Obama's nickname was literally the deporter in chief, right? That was a criticism from his left. They would say, hey man, you're deporting way too many people, right? Joe Biden as well. Joe Biden kept a lot of the Trump policies in place at the border. He signed a very harsh border crackdown executive order. He tried to do a bipartisan bill that cracked.
But it's never good enough for them because it's not really what they care about. They push these narratives to have control, to push their racist, theological ideations. And they will be the downfall of this country if things don't change.
Down on the border and didn't even have a path to citizenship and the basic things the Democrats used to ask for. Right? This guy's a border hawk. But Trump lies, says he believes in open borders, because again, we live in a post-truth world, and he brought us there. But actually, I'm bearing the lead here, because the most disgusting part is actually the one that most normies are, like, clapping the most over. So there was a moment where there was a kid who had brain cancer, and this kid wanted to be and Trump ended up using this kid as a prop. And he ended up making him a member of the Secret Service, an honorary member, live during the speech.
If you were here during the speech earlier, I was clapping and amending him for that. So, I mean, I understand that he's using it to push a narrative, but I'm sure that little kid, it had to have made his day. But I understand. I'm pretty sure I know where Kyle's coming from, what he's about to say.
But here's the thing. Yeah, of course, it looks like a heartfelt, touching moment. Here's the problem. Trump literally says, doctors think that this kid got cancer from some sort of chemical that he ingested over time, basically. Like, there's some chemical on the loose in the air where he was living that.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Brain tumor, effectively.
I skipped over it, but I heard that.
Those chemicals. I wish I was
Trump.
I shit you not. This is Donald Trump regulated the PFAS.
That's nuts.
Forever chemicals. He just did it in his first month in office. Okay, so that's kind of dark, isn't it?
Straight speaking facts, man.
Oh my God, this is beautiful. They're using a kid who had cancer as a prop when Trump deregulated those cancer-causing chemicals, allowing more of them into the atmosphere. But I haven't even said the other part yet. Do you remember that Doge cut funding for pediatric cancer research? So the Trump administration cut funding for child cancer research, and released cancer-causing chemicals into the atmosphere, but they use a kid who had cancer as a fucking prop. Spare me. You people are loathsome.
Yeah.
Okay? You sicken me.
They're
Like, if
evil
you
people,
actually
man.
gave a shit about kids with cancer. Obviously, you wouldn't have deregulated the PFAS, and you wouldn't have cut fucking pediatric cancer research. You would have increased it. Okay? And you'd give us universal health care. How many kids had brain cancer and didn't survive, in part because they couldn't fucking afford all the health care that they needed, right? Because their parents are uninsured. So anyway, that part, man, that really got under my skin, and it triggered me
Yeah.
before seeing everybody, like the way everybody was talking about it, because very few people were bringing up those facts, which really changed the whole context. All right, and then finally, he bragged about stealing the Panama Canal again. I mean, it's just so dark. He brags about 1800 style imperialism and colonialism, acts like this is something we should celebrate. If any other country was illegally stealing, you know, other countries, parts of other countries, it would, like, we would be trying to do regime change and calling them monsters and saying they're criminals, etc. And people would be brought up on charges. But we do it, and it's a day that ends in Y, and everybody cheers, like, you know, like we're supposed to be the world's bully and we're supposed to be fucking fascists. Then you also have Trump had this ominous line, quote, "One way or the other, we're going to get Greenland." One way or the other, we're going to get Greenland.
Yeah.
That one for a while. Let me know how that makes you feel. He also lied about sending the U.S. or excuse me, the U.S. sending Ukraine $350 billion. That number's totally made up.
Yeah. It's close to 150. Yeah.
And 70 billion of it literally goes directly to, you know, the U.S. military-industrial complex. And then a lot of the remaining money is just a loan, right? So, but again, post-truth world, he says this stuff.
No.
Yeah, I guess we sent them 350 billion. We did not send them 350 billion.
And he's doing all this to a country that's literally fighting for their freedom. They have been invaded. No matter how you want to look at it, that's what we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be the world police. Yet we're abandoning our allies and snuggling up to our enemies. I mean, for God's sakes, Trump brags about sending love letters to Kim Jong-un. It almost seems like he's going to make us the damn hermit kingdom. He's pushing away all our allies.
He also bragged about the mineral deal and says Ukraine is ready to accept his terms. For those of you who don't
Exploitation
know,
of a people in war, people in need, that's horrible.
Ukraine's natural resources from now until forever. So he wants economic colonization of Ukraine. And Trump is saying, hey, they accepted the deal. Isn't that great? And of course, in return for that, there's going to be like security guarantees, and we're going to send them weapons forever or in perpetuity until they can meet their goals and defeat Russia. That's the gist of it. Now, he also might be trying to do some sort of negotiation. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, this is what Trump really cares about. Right?
Sick as hell, dude.
Can I steal 50% of Ukraine's natural resources from now until forever? And just to be clear, that wealth is not going to go to you, not going to go.
I mean, how do you exploit people that have literally been invaded, that are supposed to be our allies? I mean, that's sick. Who thinks of that? Who does that? And we want to continue to be the moral authority while doing shit like that? And no, it's not gonna work. The rest of the world laughs at us. They don't respect us.
Go to me, not going to go to the American people, not going to go to the Social Security Trust Fund. That's going to be divvied up among his plutocrat robber baron friends who get a piece of it. So this is what's happening, economic colonization. And then finally, this was another dark note to end on. He said, quote, "I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that." So I think we can wrap it up on that. I mean, literally fascist cult shit. Absolutely terrifying. I don't know how this country is going to survive 4 years of this stuff. And to the Democrats, anybody who's thinking about negotiation or bipartisanship or reaching across the aisle or being kind or finding areas of agreement, you are totally out of step. Like, you're just in a previous era. This is not the era we live in anymore. It's time to wake up. It's time to turn the page. We need resistance in every way, shape, and form, because what I saw tonight,
If you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything.
it was a total disgrace, and I think anybody paying attention will admit that.
Is through the concept of the big lie, and boy, did we hear that tonight.
Oh, Bernie, man. This is one of the good politicians for sure. You know, he's stayed consistent with his messages. He doesn't take big donor money. He's good people. But man, I don't understand when old folks got that crazy looking hair like that. If I ever start balding, best believe I'm shining that. I'm shining the top of that head and shaving it down. is gonna be as glossy as a mirror, but I ain't gonna have half of my hair balding and then hair in the back. I can't do it. Hopefully I'll have these luscious locks to the day I die.
Night. You say something that is grossly false, say it over and over again, and have right-wing social media blast it out endless times until people actually believe it. And then, rather than address the real issues facing the American people, the struggles that the American people are facing, we find ourselves wasting endless amounts of time discussing Trump's absurdities.
Yep.
Let me just give you a very few examples. Trump claimed
It's all a distraction so he can do the evil things he really wants to do.
that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. Remember that? A lie.
Sorest
Trump claimed
loser
that
in
the
history.
January 6th insurrection was a day of love. A lie. Trump has claimed that millions of undocumented people voted and do vote in American elections. A lie. Trump has claimed that climate change is a hoax originating in China. A lie. Trump has claimed that Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia. A lie. And
That's sick.
tonight, Trump claimed that millions of dead people between the ages of 100 and 360, I guess, were collecting Social Security checks. And that is an outrageous lie intended to lay the groundwork for cuts to Social Security and dismantling the most successful and popular government program in history. So let's be clear about that. Well over 99% of Social Security checks are going out to people who earned those checks. 70 million Americans. Nobody.
People seem to forget that we pay into Social Security and we pay in a lot. Like, they're trying to make it to where you can't get it till you're older. They're trying to take, what was it, 800 billion out of it? Like, it's crazy, dude. It's not going to work. It will be the downfall of society. We have these social safety nets for a reason.
Nobody who is 150 years old or 200 years old or 300 years old is receiving Social Security checks. And on the lies go. Now, the purpose of all of this lying is not just to push his hateful right-wing ideology. It is not just to try to divide us up. It is more than that. It is a masterful effort, and you saw that tonight, to deflect attention away from the most important issues facing the people of our country. Issues that Trump and his billionaire friends do not want to address because it is not in their financial interest to do so. Trump gave his State of the Union speech tonight. But if you listen closely, that speech had very little to say about the State of the Union, about what is really going on in our country, especially working families. Trump spoke for over 90 minutes, although I must confess it seemed a lot longer than that, and he almost completely ignored the issues that are keeping working people up at night as they worry about how their families are going to survive.
Because they don't care about the working class. When has the higher class of people ever cared about the working class? It was never true then, and it's not true now.
And I will tell you exactly why Trump had very little to say about the real crisis facing the working class of this country. Think back 6 weeks ago when Trump was inaugurated for his second term as president, just 6 weeks ago.
Staying TikTok live keeps on failing.
Were the three wealthiest men in this country, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg. And standing behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to head major government agencies. Many of these same billionaires, including Musk, were in the Capitol tonight listening to that speech. In other words, it is there for all to see. The Trump administration is not hiding it. The Trump administration is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. Notwithstanding some of their rhetoric,
All right. Sure, what else you got to say about this, Bernie?
This is a government that could care less about ordinary Americans and the working families of our country. My friends, we are no longer moving toward oligarchy. We are living in an oligarchic society. Now let's take a moment and try to escape from Trump's parallel universe, the universe that you heard tonight. And let's do something really, really radical. Let's actually take a hard look at the problems that Americans are facing. Today, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Unlike Trump, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and I know something about that reality. It means that every day, millions of Americans worry about how they're going to pay their rent, pay for childcare, pay for a doctor's visit when they get sick. They worry about what happens when their car breaks down and they can't afford the $1,000 it costs to get it fixed. And what happens when they can't get to work because they don't have a car. They worry about how they can afford to buy healthy food for their kids when the price of food is off the charts. Funny, I heard Trump speaking for 90 minutes tonight. I didn't hear one word from him about the economic reality faced.
Because he don't care about it. He's never been through that. He's never had to worry about something like that. So why would he care? He can't relate.
See, 60% of our people, or the enormous stress that they are living under. 90-minute speech, not one word about the economic reality facing American workers. But that's not all. Today in America, everyone knows that our healthcare system is broken. It is dysfunctional, and it is outrageously expensive. We remain the only wealthy nation on earth not to guarantee healthcare for all. Mr. President,
isn't that crazy?
You really want to make America great again? Then make sure
Speak it,
that every
bro.
American, regardless of income, can go to a doctor or a hospital and not worry about how they're going to pay.
It would be cheaper to the American people to have a single party buy-in system where they took a little bit out of our taxes and everybody got healthcare equally. People want to say, oh, there's long wait lines. We already got wait lines. The people who need the care the most get it the quickest. It's been proven to be a better system. But no, instead, they have these insurance companies that are being the middleman and taking 90% and raising it by 300%. Like, if you truly cared about the people, you wouldn't continue to support that and then now even try to privatize it. But these people don't care about the people.
The bills. President Trump, healthcare is a human right. I didn't hear one word from you. Not one word.
See, that's the thing. They don't believe healthcare is a human right. They don't believe housing, right to housing, should be a human right. Or right to present yourself who you feel you are. They don't believe in civil rights. They don't think like us.
Over 90-minute speech, not one word from you about the healthcare crisis that is impacting many, many millions of our people. Nor did I hear you say why we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, sometimes 10 times more than the people in other countries, and why 1 out of 4 Americans are unable to afford the prescriptions their doctors prescribe. Not one word about the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs. Mr. President, we have nearly 800,000 Americans who are homeless. Over 20 million of our people spend more than half of their limited income on housing. We have a major housing crisis in America.
He doesn't care about those people. He thinks they're all just lazy drug addicts, no good for nothing people who just want to live off of Social Security and government benefits. They don't see those people as people. They think they're in this situation because they deserve to be in that situation, that it's their own fault, not society's fault. Now, in certain cases, yes, it may be somebody's fault. But a true progressive society, the country that claims to be the best in the world, would not have this amount of homelessness. And a lot of them are vets. But the people that say they support our vets, say they support these things, support Trump. It's an oxymoron. You can't support Trump and support the people.
Everyone knows it, apparently, except you. Because in your speech tonight, I didn't hear you mention the housing crisis. Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had. 3 richest people in America, the folks Trump invited to stand behind him at his inauguration, now own more wealth than the bottom half of our society, 170 million Americans. Did anyone out there hear one word from the President of the United States on that enormously important issue, which gets to the very fabric of our society? So few, owning so much, while so many people suffer. And here's something else the President forgot to discuss. Not only is our life expectancy 4 years lower than other wealthy countries, the bottom 50% in this country, the working class of America, on average, live 7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. Got that? In other words, being poor or working class in this country today is a death sentence.
Yep.
Did you hear any discussion tonight as to why so many of our people are living shorter lives than they should? During his speech tonight, Trump did not have one word to say about how we are going to address the planetary crisis of climate change. The last 10 years, as most Americans know, have been the warmest ever recorded, and extreme weather disturbances and natural disasters have been taking place all over the world, from California to India, across Europe to North Carolina. And yet, not surprisingly, Trump had nothing to say about climate change except, I guess, drill, baby, drill. Well, that's going to help a whole lot.
Because if it doesn't make money, it doesn't make sense to him. He's a businessman. That's all he cares about. His God is money. This God that he says saved his life, that put him in the presidency, it isn't the God we think of. His God is money. This is a man that's not here to save America. Don't get it twisted. This is a man that's here to rob America. This is a man that's here to take revenge on America.
And let's be clear, not only did Trump fail to talk about some of the most important issues facing the working class of America, but the solutions, in quote, he proposed would only make a bad situation even worse. Yep, I did hear Trump talk tonight about some tax breaks for working families in terms of not taxing tips, not taxing Social Security, and not taxing overtime. Fine. But that is Trump change compared to the benefits he's going to give to the 1%.
Yep.
And it doesn't tell the whole story about his tax policies. According to a recent study by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, if all of Trump's so-called America First policies are enacted, including his tariffs, which he spoke a lot about tonight, the bottom 95% of Americans will see their taxes go up, while the richest 5% in our country will see their taxes go down, way down. Tonight, in so many words, Trump urged Congress to pass his big, beautiful budget. Do you know what's really in it? This budget would cut Medicaid by $880 billion. Oh, I guess Trump forgot to talk about that. $880 billion cut in Medicaid. According to one estimate, it means that up to 36 million Americans, including millions of children, would be thrown off the health insurance they have. Hey, a 90-minute speech tonight, not one word about throwing millions of kids off of the health insurance they have. When you cut Medicaid drastically, it means that nursing homes that receive 2/3 of their funding from Medicaid will either have to shut down, lay off workers, or significantly scale back the services they provide seniors. Gee, I didn't hear that from Trump tonight either. It would be a devastating blow, these cuts to Medicaid, for the 32 million Americans who get their health care at community health centers.
And when all these bad policies affect the economy, affect America, he's going to find somebody else to blame it on. Shoot, for all we know, he's going to try to blame it on Biden. A year or 2 years after Biden's already been long gone, just like he did with the freaking eggs in the speech today.
And it's not just Medicaid that Trump's budget would cut. It would also cut nutrition assistance by at least $230 billion. Now, I want you to think.
Which is crazy. It's already not enough for somebody to live fully. I get food stamps, and it lasts me maybe 25, 26 days. I mean, I know, probably eat a little bit more than other folks, but still, like, I can't imagine having a family trying to survive on food stamps. If you cut it, there's already a lot of people that don't qualify for food stamps. But if you cut it, that's literally taking food out of children's mouths. How can you be for that? How can that be pro-America?
The billionaire class, people who can support their families. Some of these guys have tens of billions of dollars. Support their families for the next 10 generations, 50 generations. People who live in incredible opulence. People who own their own jet planes. They own their own private islands. They own their own.
It's crazy.
Trying to get tax breaks by taking food out of the mouths of low-income kids. That truly is disgusting.
Disgusting.
What we are seeing is the Robin Hood principle in reverse. Taking from the poor and giving to the rich and the very, very rich. And here is something else Trump has been doing. For the past several weeks, he and his good friend Elon Musk, who is up there in the audience tonight, have been throwing hundreds of thousands of federal employees off their jobs. Now, I know some of you are saying, well, that's too bad, but that's the federal government, not me, it's not me, it's just those guys who work with the federal government. But I want you to think about this. Think about it for a moment. If Musk and his friends can arbitrarily throw federal workers out on the street today, what do you think that Musk and his fellow billionaires will be doing tomorrow when artificial intelligence and robotics explode in this country? Do you think they'll give a damn about you and your families? No, they will treat you exactly the way they're treating federal employees today. You will be out on the street as well.
Yeah.
But it is not only absurd domestic policies that we've got to fight. For the first time in our 250-year history, we have a president who is turning his back on democracy and allying us with authoritarianism. No, we must not abandon the people of Ukraine who were invaded by the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin.
Slava Ukraini.
We must always stand for democracy, not dictatorship. Let me be very clear. Regardless of where Trump is taking this country, here's what I think and what I believe the American people.
Man, if Bernie would have became president, we would be so better off. I mean, I don't know if he's probably going to be too old by 2028, but man, this is the guy we needed in the presidency. But of course, they would never let him, even the Democrats. Because as much as the Republicans are bad people, the Democrats, they're not good people either. They're all driven by money. They all take big money donors, 99%. Now, of course, it's the Democrats are the better of two evils, but they're still not the type of force we need to fight this type of authoritarianism. If we're going to take back America, if we are going to progress America to an America for all, we have to reform the left so that we can fight the right. Because the amount of people on the left right now that are cowarding away are going to be complicit in the downfall of America. We must change our politics. People say, I don't give a damn about politics. I don't care about politics. Well, you better start caring because it's your livelihood.
People want us to do. They want us to end a corrupt campaign finance system. Well, golly gee, I didn't hear Mr. Trump talk about that tonight. A corrupt campaign finance system which allows a handful of billionaires to buy elections. It is beyond crazy that someone like Elon Musk can contribute over 200.
If Kamala Harris would have done something like have just Jeff Soros or whoever that rich man is that they're always tripping about who helps out Democrats sometimes, if Kamala Harris would have had him by her side, I can only imagine we probably would have went to civil war. These people are hypocrites. They've aligned themselves with the world's richest man. How can the American people be for this? If you truly care about the people and you care about your brothers and sisters and your neighbors, you will resist against this presidency. I promise we will not be in a better place in 4 years than we are now. If I am wrong, I will admit it, but I bet your ass I'm not going to be wrong. I pray I'm wrong.
To help get Trump elected, and then he gets to run the government.
And he like doubled his freaking money. He's made like 200 billion since Trump has become presidency. A win-win. Without Elon, I don't think Trump would have won.
It is absurd that any member of Congress who stands up to Netanyahu's brutal war in Gaza can expect to be opposed by millions of dollars in campaign contributions coming from AIPAC.
How do you run a democracy with that type of structure? How does democracy continue when you got things like that? We've had a lot of struggles, and we've always had our weights and balances that you always heard about in school growing up, that there's balances. That's why we have judges and different branches. But I don't know, this is a situation we haven't faced before. Only time will tell if American democracy can withstand this amount of corruption, this amount of craziness. It's going to be very scary and brutal 4 years. So buckle up, y'all.
American people want us to end this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move to the public funding of elections. Democracy is supposed to be about one person, one vote, not billionaires buying the political candidates of their choice. And further, no, we should not be giving tax breaks to billionaires. That's not what we should be doing. We must demand that the wealthiest people in this country start paying their fair share of taxes. We must raise the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour to a living wage of at least $17 an hour. We must make it easier for workers to join trade unions, grow the union movement, and prevent corporations from violating labor laws with impunity by passing the PRO Act, legislation that I will be introducing tomorrow. No, we are not going to cut Social Security. Quite the contrary. We must expand Social Security benefits and extend its solvency for the next 75 years by scrapping the cap that allows a billionaire to pay the same amount into Social Security as a truck driver. Too many of our seniors are hurting today.
Nuts, dude.
For us to be talking about cutting Social Security. Over 20% seniors in this country living on $15,000 a year or less.
That's nuts, dude.
Instead of making massive cuts to Medicaid, we must join every other major country.
My part of Arizona is pretty cheap, and it's already like $1,000 for a one-bedroom apartment. Like, what is that even? Couple hundred bucks extra a month for food, gas, electricity? Like, how do you live on that? How do you work your whole life paying into the Social Security, and then you don't even have enough money to live? Pathetic.
In guaranteeing health care to all of our people through a Medicare for All single-payer program. We must also take on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry, get them to charge us what they charge other countries, reducing prescription drug prices by 50%. And at a time of a terrible housing crisis in Vermont and in every area of our country, we must build at least 4 million units of low-income and affordable housing, stop corporate landlords from jacking up rent prices, and establish a cap on rent. In a competitive global economy, we need the best educated workforce in the world. All of our young people must have the ability to get a higher education by making public colleges, trade schools, and universities tuition-free and canceling student debt. Yes, we can create millions of good-paying jobs by combating climate change and moving our energy system away from fossil fuels and into sustainable energy. I heard a lot of talk about freedom tonight from Mr. Trump. Well, in a free society,
Freedom, my
we must
ass.
absolutely guarantee that it is the women of America who control their own bodies,
Yep.
not the local, state, or federal governments. Now, I know, because I've
When they say freedom in the aspect of freedom for us to control you.
heard from many of you that there are a lot of people out there who are feeling angry and frustrated at what's going on
Scared.
here in Washington, D.C. And some of you may feel a bit hopeless.
Yep.
So let me say this. At this particular moment in history, despair is not an option. Giving up is not acceptable.
Oh.
And none of us have the privilege of hiding under the covers. The stakes are just too high. Let us never forget, real change only occurs when ordinary people stand up by the millions against oppression and injustice and fight back. That is the history of the founding of our nation, when brave men and women took on the mighty, invincible British Empire. It is the history of the abolitionist movement, the history of the labor movement, the history of the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the environmental movement, and the gay rights movement. Yes, I know. The oligarchs are enormously powerful. I deal with them every day. I know that.
I think more powerful than they've ever been before here in America. Very, very scary time to be a minority in America.
Yes, they have endless amounts of money. Yes, they control our economy, and they own much of the media. They have enormous influence over our political system. But from the bottom of my heart, I am convinced that they can be beaten.
I hope so, Bernie.
And not let them divide us up by the color of our skin, or where we were born, or our religion, or the language we speak, or our sexual orientation. If we bring our people together around an agenda that works for the many and not just the few, there is nothing in the world that can stop us. We
Amen.
can win. We will win. Let us go forward together. Thank you all very much.
American democracy will prevail. It must prevail. Oh man, imagine how bad that room reeks when that man rips ass. Oh, I would not want to be there.
Donald, Jelly Belly, Trump.
More like Yellow Belly.
Members of the Trump family were there. Eric was there. Laura, Don Jr.
Got Bernie over there dogging him, man.
Donald, Jelly Belly, Trump.
See him? Straight dogging. The beautiful First Lady. May God have mercy on your soul, lady. I am so sorry. I could not imagine having to live with that man, much less be married to that man. Oh.
Members of the Trump family were there. Eric was there. Tonight with a negative approval rating, which is rare for a new president. According to a new poll from
Not rare for Trump, though.
CNN, 52% of Americans do not approve of the way Trump is handling his job as president. The other 48%.
And those are just polls. I'm sure it's a majority of that. People want to say he won in a landslide. You also got to remember it was only, like 75 million people. There's 340 million people in America. I think there's about 70,000 kids that can't vote. So make that like what? 270 million people, and only 75 million of those voted for Trump. The other 195 million people did not vote for Trump. You cannot convince me that the majority of Americans are pro-Trump. He may have won this election, but it's because a lot of people sat it out. If everybody voted, there'd be no doubt he wouldn't have been voted in. A lot of these Republicans are the same Republicans that came and spoke out against him after he had them storm the Capitol and try to overthrow democracy on January 6th. These same Republicans that were saying that he was a threat to democracy, now we could never let this happen again, are the same Republicans that are backing him up and supporting him now. So remember that when elections come here in a couple years. Tell you, man, if Jesus was alive today, Trump would be the type of person that would have been the reason he wasn't alive. Let's just say that. Trump would be anti-Jesus. He would be trying to persecute Jesus. No doubt if Jesus was still alive today. Get back to Mr. Kimmel. But he didn't bless the United States with you. He cursed the United States with you.
It ain't easy to speak with that much honey mustard in your mouth. Going into this, at least on cable news, was whether the Democrats were going to do anything to disrupt the proceedings. They did. Some of them wore pink clothes.
Literally one did anything that was noticeable. It was pathetic. Like, if they really cared for democracy, really cared for their constituents, there would have been more than just Al Green standing up. It was pathetic.
Which was pretty wild. But some Democrats were yelling at Trump to the point where a very unhappy Keebler elf bobblehead doll jumped out of his booster seat to throw Texas Congressman Al Green out of the house.
Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
We must stand in opposition, y'all.
The members continue to
Happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do.
You could quit.
Exactly. You know, like after you've went after them the way you have, what do you expect? I mean, I know we all seen Trump and Obama over at Jimmy Carter's funeral chopping it all up. But you know, see, those are the type of things that really make me scared. Don't make me trust Democrats. Because who was the biggest person that spoke out against Trump? And then they was just sitting there laughing it up, buddy at Carter's funeral. So, yeah, there was a lot of people that were dissatisfied. But question is, when it's behind doors, are they going to sit there and chop it up? Or are they going to stand tall? And I'm afraid most of them aren't. It doesn't make sense, man. How could it make sense? The only sense that it makes is that Trump is not here to help America. He is here to help himself and further his own interest, his own financial.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. We have 20 million subscribers on YouTube. I only wish we got paid for this. If you haven't subscribed.
Whenever any president gives a speech like this, the fact checkers get to work to see how much of what the president said stands up to scrutiny. For more on what was correct and incorrect in the president's speech, we bring in NBC 10's Fred Shropshire to tell us what the fact checkers uncovered. Fred.
Jacqueline, in his speech last night, the president made numerous claims. NBC News revealed the facts or reviewed the facts and put some of those claims into context. For instance, President Trump said his administration had identified, quote, shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program. Listen to this.
Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old.
You just spew shit whether it's true or not.
There are, in fact, millions of people over age 100 in the Social Security Administration's database, but the vast majority are not receiving benefits. According to the Social Security Administration's Inspector General's report, almost none of the people listed in the database as 100 years or older currently receive Social Security payments. The Social Security Administration has argued that updating old records is costly and unnecessary. The president also boasted about his administration's efforts to crack down on illegal immigration. Here's what he said last night about that.
Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you.
Our fact checkers say that appears to be true. According to Customs and Border Protection data from 2000 to 2019, the month with the fewest crossings on record was 11,677 in April of 2017 during the president's first term. CPB says from January 21st through January 31st of this year, the number of people it apprehended along the southwest border dropped 85% from the same period in 2024. Another issue the president touched on in his speech was the war in Ukraine. He claimed the U.S. is spending much more on aid to Ukraine than Europe.
We've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is.
Now, according to an institute that tracks Ukraine aid, from February of 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, to last December, the United States has allocated just over $114 billion in aid to Ukraine. During that same period, European nations allocated more than $132 billion, and they have plans to allocate even more than that. The president was correct in pointing out that Europe spent more money last year buying Russian oil and gas than it spent on military assistance. That's according to estimates from the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air. Oil and gas taxes account for a huge share of Russia's revenue each year. Jacqueline?
Shit, right? He's like, oh, I'm one of the good Democrats. Please continue to have me on your show. I'm financially destitute. Earlier this week, President Trump delivered his not a State of the Union address to Congress.
Exactly.
It was one of the longest addresses ever delivered to a joint session of Congress. I am not going to comment on the entire thing here. I am going to focus on one particular, very brief section of the speech where Trump said this.
My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her
Anytime taking away somebody's civil rights is used as an excuse to help protect the children, don't believe them. It's always going to be false. They always use protecting the children to push their narrative, to push their agenda. If they really wanted to protect the kids, they would have already done so.
Her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned
You
their
evil,
13-year-old
evil bitch.
little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually. All without telling January.
Oh, the
who is here tonight
horror.
and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you.
Thank you for hurting children all around the world. All around America, shall I say, including yours.
Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology.
You can't indoctrinate somebody with transgender ideology. Either you're transgender or not. If you believe you can indoctrinate somebody with transgender ideology, go get your boyfriend or your husband or your pastor, tell him to put on a dress and walk down the street. Bet your ass he won't.
First of all, shame on January Littlejohn for
Yeah.
taking part in this. Shame on Donald Trump for having her take part in this. And shame on every single person in that chamber who applauded for this. It's fucking atrocious. It's absolutely shameful to see a parent participating on national television in the bullying of her own trans child and in the bullying and the expansion of efforts to use the power of the state to bully and erase and persecute trans children like her child all over the country. It is absolutely shameful. But that
Her son's probably going to have a lot of resentment when he gets older. I couldn't imagine it. Thank God my family supports me and backs me up with the way I present myself, but oh, I wish I could just,
that's not exactly what this video is going to be about. I want to read to you from an article from, of all places, Reason Magazine. The headline of this article by Elizabeth Nolan Brown is Trump's trans kid story doesn't add
Sure.
up. The president said a Florida school.
That's literally what I read to you guys. I think, yeah, that's his reason. See the little R up there? This is literally what I was reading to you guys during the speech. It's nuts, dude. It's a bullshit story put out there to hurt kids and families of queer people.
Secretly socially transitioned a 13-year-old. Emails suggest otherwise. And before I read to you what I want to read to you from this article, I just want to give you a thought to hold on to for a few minutes. We'll come back to it. And that thought is this. Donald Trump just said in that piece of the speech that I played you that he has taken action through executive order to ban toxic, dangerous, quote unquote, trans ideology from public schools. And he has done so on the basis of stories like these, meaning stories like the one he told about January Littlejohn and her trans child being supposedly secretly transitioned. If that was a real problem.
And best believe once they come after the transgender people, if they're successful in that, they'll come after the gay people again. They're already trying to. They're already trying to take the right to gay marriage in America away and give it back to the states. And we know how that works, just like with the abortion thing. They gave it back to the states, but then the states, who had more than 50% of the state wanting to have it, they said, oh no, it's got to be 60%, and started putting in all these hoops to jump through because they didn't ever care about states' rights. They didn't want women to protect their bodies, so they made sure that there were certain states that can't. When they go and they say, we're going to arrest people for going to other states to get the health care they need, how is that states' rights? It's not. Because all this stuff is so that they can have control, so that they can punish minorities and take away civil rights from them. Remember, taking away somebody's civil rights is never going to be giving you your rights. Like, that's not going to help you. It's just going to hurt people.
If that was such a widespread problem, if quote unquote trans ideology not only existed, but was such a problem, was such a serious threat to the children of America, that the executive branch of the federal government, in the person of the President of the United States, was compelled to personally intervene to stop it, don't you think Donald Trump or his speechwriters would be able to find a better example of this kind of thing than a story that I just described to you, courtesy of Reason Magazine, as a story that doesn't add up? Just hold that thought. Here's what the Reason article says. In Trump's telling, the school was both pushing gender nonconformity on the Littlejohn child and doing so with...
Of course it doesn't add up. Just think about it. Like, what type of scenario do you think the teachers are literally going to be like, oh no, you can't go by he, you can't go by her, you need to go by they, them? Or like literally pushing this on the kids. They're not pushing this on the kids. They're accepting the kids when they come out with this. When they say, hey, I want to try presenting myself in a different way. I don't feel comfortable presenting myself this way. Instead of going and snitching them off to their parents and saying no, they're saying okay, but then you guys are out here saying that they're forcing them. That doesn't even make sense. Like, why would somebody force somebody? But they don't care about common sense. They don't care about reality. They care about pushing a specific agenda, an agenda to hurt people, people they don't believe are people.
Without the parents' knowledge. But emails obtained by media outlets years ago suggest that not only did the parents know this was going on, it was they who first broached the subject with the school and suggested that staff follow their child's lead on name and pronouns. The reason that some outlets discovered this years ago is because last night's Trump speech wasn't the first time the Littlejohns have been used by politicians pushing an intolerant agenda. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis repeatedly pointed to the Littlejohn family to explain the need for a controversial new law, dubbed by critics the Don't Say Gay bill, that bans schools from teaching about sexual orientation or gender identity, CNN reported in April 2022. From a bit further down in the article, like Trump's story last night, DeSantis' tale suggested that the school was for some reason grooming this child to be transgender and doing so without any conversations with the parents. But emails obtained by the Tallahassee Democrat in response to a public records request and later obtained by CNN show that January Littlejohn wrote the school in 2020 to announce that her child wanted to use different pronouns and go by a gender-ambiguous nickname. This has been an incredibly difficult situation for our family, and her father and I are trying to be as supportive as we...
It's crazy because this is the same situation that happened with Elon Musk. He talks about them transing his kid, but when she started the transition, he was with her. They went to the doctors. They, and now look at her. I can only imagine how horrible she must feel with the type of hate that her father preaches across the world. The type of damage he's trying to do to a community that she's part of. He literally said that they killed his son because she presents herself as a woman. Like, what type of parent says that?
We can. She is currently identifying as non-binary. January Littlejohn wrote to a teacher at her child's school in August 2020 per CNN. She would like to go by the new name, redacted, and prefers the pronouns they, them. We have not changed her name at home yet, but I told her if she wants to go by the name, redacted, with her teachers, I won't stop her. The teacher asked if this information should be shared with other teachers. Littlejohn reportedly responded, whatever you think is best, or, redacted, can handle it herself. In another email, Littlejohn told the teacher, I sincerely appreciate your support. I'm going to let her take the lead on this, according to CNN. These do not sound like the words of someone who was kept in the dark about her child's social transitioning at school, nor do these emails seem to suggest that the school was pushing unwanted, quote, gender ideology, unquote, on the child. So other than the misgendering of the child in the mother's emails, where she says the child wants to now be referred to using they, them pronouns, but then the mother continues to refer to the child as she, other than that, at this point in August 2020, it seems like a fairly good story, right? The parents seem like maybe they don't get it. They don't really understand what's going on, but they want to be supportive of the child. And the mother brings this to the attention of the school, not the other way around, and no keeping of anything secret. The parents know what's going on and are informing the school and are asking the school to be supportive of their child as their child explores their gender identity and
What went wrong? Who were they listening to for them to just turn on their child like that? It's freaking sickening. I feel so bad for their son.
Might want to go by a different name or be referred to using gender-neutral pronouns. So far, so good. Now, at some point after this, the attitude of the Littlejohns, the parents, changes drastically.
My bad. I just realized that I was calling them their son when they like to go by they, them pronouns. Please disregard all the son stuff. I don't know what you would call somebody who's non-binary as a child. I guess they're child. Sorry, guys.
Drastically. And instead of seeking to include the school in being supportive of their child's trans identity, they file a lawsuit against the school for what they claim was a secret gender non-conforming support plan that the school created and implemented for their child and didn't tell them about it. And that's what they sued over. Not that the school was socially transitioning.
Ah, that makes sense. Money. That's why they turned on their kid. Money. It's what it always ends up being. A lot of people get it twisted. They say the Bible says that money is the root of all evil. It does not say that. It says the greed of money is the root of all evil. And these people, they're greedy. They'll push their agenda at any cost. As long as it ends up with bills in their pocket, they're happy. They're okay with it. No moral compass. No justice.
The child and was keeping it from the parents, but that in enabling the child to socially transition in an effective and non-traumatic, non-disruptive way, they created a plan, and apparently the parents were not informed of this plan, or this plan was kept from the parents. And I just want to say, if the school did come up with a plan like this and it was kept from the parents, that was done at the request of the child. That was done because at some point before that, again, we know at some point the attitude of these parents changed, and they went from supporting their trans child to being.
When you have to ask people at school not to tell your parents, it's not the school's fault. It's the parents' fault that that kid does not feel comfortable enough to come out to their parents. I could only imagine if I had a kid, just to know that they didn't feel comfortable enough to come out to me would break my heart.
Negative toward their child's trans identity. So if the school came up with a support plan and then chose to not include the parents on that, to not bring the parents in on the loop, that's because the child asked them to.
Yep.
That's because the child, for some reason, had a fear or a concern that if their parents were brought in on this, that would be a negative thing. That would be a bad thing. So I personally cannot blame the school district for doing that. If that is indeed what happened, cannot blame the school for doing that, because a school's number one priority is not keeping
the children.
A school's number one priority is the welfare of the students. And a lot of parents seem to forget that. A lot of parents, like the Little Johns, seem to forget that. They seem to forget that the school's number one priority is their children, not them, and not keeping them happy, and certainly not assisting them in turning their children into whatever they think their children ought to be. The role of a teacher and a school is to support and educate and nourish and protect the children that are given to them, that are put into their care for several hours a day, and to take children as they find them, which is something that parents ought to do, by the way, as well, but to take their students as they find them and to support them and help them as much as they can, not to aid and abet bigoted parents in oppressing their children. Again, a lot of parents, especially a lot of parents like the transphobic Littlejohn family, or I don't know about the father, but at the very least, the transphobic Littlejohn mother, January Littlejohn, they seem to forget that. They think, you see, parents are on the ladder, right? Parents are on the ladder in terms of child care and interfacing with schools and the responsibilities that schools have to the public. Parents are on that ladder. They're just not the top step. A lot of parents think they should be the top step. They should come, and their interests and their desires should come above what's best for their children that are at the school. And that's not the way it goes, or at least that's not the way it should go. The students, the children who go to the school, they should be the top of the ladder. They should be the top priority. The parents are on the ladder, but they're not as high as the kids. But anyway, that's just me pontificating.
Anybody who doesn't let their kid be who they want to be is selfish. They don't care. Like you said, it should be the kids at the top of the ladder, but they want to put themselves before their kids, and it's despicable.
The point
It's
is,
evil.
If this was representative of such a serious, widespread problem, if trans ideology was such a serious
Trans ideology
problem and was being pushed on non-trans kids, on cis kids by schools for some reason,
for
and if
some
this was such a serious
reason,
problem,
for
the
real.
President of the United States had to intervene and do something about it. Why is this the only example of that kind of thing that has been cited? And it's been cited now for 3 years. First by Ron DeSantis in 2022. It happened almost 5 years ago. It was cited by Ron DeSantis as an excuse for the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida in 2022, according to this article, and it was cited again.
We say gay on this channel. Gay, 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 gay day all day, baby.
And just this past week by Donald Trump at his address to a joint session of Congress. Now, if this problem is so serious, how come the only example that these people can find is this one? And how comes this isn't even an example of what they're talking about? Because we know from the emails written by this child's mother that the school was not hiding the transition from them, that in fact it was the mother who brought the idea of assisting with the social transition initially before for some reason she changed her mind. That it was the mother who brought this to the school. The school was not keeping this from her. The school was not pushing this on the child.
Keep that child in your prayers for sure. Keep them in your thoughts. I'm sure they're going through a lot right now.
This was coming from the child and initially from the parents. So it is a dishonest example and an inaccurate example, a non-example, if you will, of the supposed threat of transing kids, of school districts and teachers grooming kids to be trans. And yet somehow we're supposed to believe that this is such a serious threat. We're supposed to believe, first of all, that people being trans, that children and teenagers coming out as trans is a threat to begin with, which it's not. Some people are trans.
Oh, no,
That's
it's
just the
not.
way some people are.
Right. What does it hurt you for somebody to present themselves in the way that they feel comfortable presenting themselves? Like, how does that hurt anybody? It doesn't. Unless you're a bigoted piece of shit.
I think if you have a problem with it, you should get over it and just learn to fucking live with it. But we're not supposed to believe, we're supposed to believe not only is that in and of itself a threat, but it's such a widespread threat that we all need to be worried about it, and it's appropriate for the federal government to be taking action against it. So where are the cases?
There is none.
Where are the cases? Where are the cases of this happening? And if there are so goddamn many of them, how come we keep hearing the same one over and over again? I'm waiting. I would love to hear more examples. I would love to hear
Me
better
too.
example. Is there one actual example of the kind of thing that people are pretending this is? Is there one legitimate example?
No, because that shit doesn't happen.
Of a student in a public school who is not trans and has not expressed any desire to come out as trans or to transition in any way, who was pressured into transitioning by their school or by their teacher.
Can't pressure somebody who's cis into transitioning. Like I've said before, go and try to get the most straightest guy you know and tell him to put on a dress and go live his life and put on makeup. Yeah, he may be able to do it as a joke, haha, funny, but living his life daily like that, you could never force somebody to do that. It's not fun being trans.
Is there a single example of that ever reported anywhere? I would love to hear it, because so far I have not heard it. I've heard a lot of people like Donald Trump and, sadly, unfortunately, January Littlejohn, the parent of a trans person, and Elon Musk, and a bunch of who is also the parent of a trans person, and a bunch of other shitty transphobic bigots and alarmists trying to spread fear and trying to start a moral panic about this. Talk about how terrible it is and how widespread it is and how we need to protect our children from it. I've heard them talk about it. I've not heard a single legitimate example of this ever happening. Nor have I heard an argument of, if it was happening, why should I regard it as a threat? Because what is the national emergency? If a teacher is pressuring a non-trans student to transition, and that's found to be actually what's happening, that a teacher is putting unwanted pressure on a student to transition when that student does not want that, has not expressed any desire for that, that seems like an easy fix. You just fire that fucking teacher. I don't see why the president needs to get involved. You just fire the teacher. Once you verify that that is what has happened, that that teacher has acted inappropriately, you just fire that fucking teacher. Why is it that the government needs to get involved? Sure, seems like they're like
they don't need to be
panic, just trying to give us people to be afraid of and to scapegoat, which is all moral panics.
It's the satanic panic from the early 2000s, just 2.0. It's the same old shit. Different toilet.
Which is all, that's what was done with people of color, with black people in the past. That's what's been done and is currently being done with immigrants and refugees. That's what has been done since forever with Jews. And now also with Palestinians, ironically enough. Cover all the bases. Cover all the bases. We're supposed to hate Jewish people and we're supposed to hate Palestinian people. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Gay people, trans people, queer people from across the spectrum. Scapegoats.
It's sad.
That's all it is. There's not a single fact behind any of this. And if there is, again, if there is, please let me know.
This is Steve Shives on YouTube, man. Straight spitting facts. Go subscribe to him for sure.
No, inform me. And maybe also inform the people who are actually trying to push this, because they don't have any. There's no case here. There's no case here.
Just hate. That's all it is.
If there was a case for this kind of thing, if there was a case that trans ideology, whatever the fuck that is, was such a threat and needed to be dealt with on a federal level, if there was a case for that, they would make it and they wouldn't have to fake it.
Exactly. Well, guys, I think I'm gonna end this live. I appreciate you guys. Hope everybody had a good night, and we'll probably be back later tomorrow to go over some more anti-Trump content. You know, we hate Trump on his channel. He's a evil man, and we're gonna keep talking about that. And we're going to keep exposing his lies, keep exposing his hatred, his bigotry, and we're going to do what we can to stop this man from hurting as many people as we can. Alrighty, y'all, go subscribe, follow me on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. I believe it's either going to be Jay Crispy, JAYKRIZPY, or JAY_KRIZPY. Thanks for watching. Have a great night.